Ah, nothing works. As always. Give me a second. Volume's good though. I forgot to set everything up. Ah. Okay, that for the game. This for my face. Face is loading. There's face. Very good. On that screen. And game. Maybe. Once it's deciding that it actually wants to game. There we go. I'm on top of that button. I need to figure out where to put me. I could put myself in a corner. We'll see. You can see most of the important stuff with me in that corner. Might work. Alright. Let's go grab this branch. And then we're done. Betrayal. A vote has been recorded. Very good.
What did you choose, Sigma?
You didn't see me push the button?
No.
Ah, well, you'll know in a moment. What you want to do after this is after that is up to you. You can come with me if you want. You can stay here.
That's
Good
as
choice.
good as saying you chose betray.
I grinned and headed toward the display.
Results from round 2. Please
But I think I actually already played this, didn't I?
Results screen.
Oh, where's my save? I'm sure I played this. I loaded this one, which has more playtime. I'm confused. Whatever. Guess we're leaving.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
9. Very good.
What did you do, Clover?
Sorry, it wasn't me.
Sigma, huh?
Yeah.
Care to explain this, then?
What's there to explain? It's exactly what it looks like. I'm getting out of here.
What?
Are you going with him, Clover?
They all turned to look at Clover and made me move. My feet pounded across the metal floor of the warehouse as I ran for the number 9 door.
Hey, wait!
You'd have to do better than shout if you wanted to stop me. I was closer. I was almost there. I took one last running leap and slammed into the wall, the unlocking device right in front of me. With a yell of triumph, I threw the lever down. The door began to open. A heavy metallic grinding noise filled the room.
Shit. That son of a bitch actually did it?
His voice sounded almost surprised. I turned to face him. Sorry, but it looks like this is goodbye. Don't worry. I'll go to the police as soon as I get out and come back with help. I'm not going to just leave you all in here to die.
That shit? I know a liar when I see one.
Really? Maybe you should get your eyes checked.
gonna let him run off like this?
No way. I can't allow that. He took advantage of a sick kid. He's just a coward.
Agreed.
I also agree.
That's it then. Let's get him. Ready?
Yeah.
He's toast.
Just leave it to us.
Hey now, don't do anything you'll regret. This door only opened once, you know. If you stop me, then...
Charge!
Shit! I spun back around to face the door. There it was, right in front of me. Freedom! I leapt for it. Or at least I tried. It happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, my cheek was being pressed against the cold steel floor of the warehouse.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Shit! Let me go! Let go of me, goddammit! I could feel something huge, heavy, and metal pressed against my back. Kay had to be holding me down. I flipped kick, but it didn't do any good. What are you doing? You're just killing yourselves! The door only opens once if I don't...
Go, Clover.
Huh?
You're the only one of us with 9 BP. Nobody else can get out.
But
This is an order from your commanding officer. You are to escape from this facility. Once you've accomplished that, call for help.
that's...
Stop complaining and go. If that door closes, it's all over. None of us will get out of here alive. Leave!
The door had already begun to close. The space was narrowing quickly, but was still wide enough for a single person to make it through.
Fine. You didn't leave me much choice.
I couldn't see what happened, but I heard enough to guess. Alice had shoved Clover through the door. Looking up, I could see Clover's feet just beyond the doorway.
Alice!
Go! Call for help! I'm counting on you!
Alice! No! I can't!
Oh no.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends. Thank you for your
participation.
As the game is escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
Oh no. That's bad. Oh no, a game over. Who would have thought? What a surprise. Oh, oops, I clicked out of the game. Let's hope that didn't break anything. Save. Yes. Okay. And that concludes all non-locked paths of this game. All we have left now is to play the locks. We have played these two. I guess let's start with Kakuin. Look, you have a new badge. I don't know if it's out on mobile yet. I'm completely honest. It is. Very good. Yes, they finally released the artist badges. Pog. You can even credit the artist of a given emote, but the artist has to accept the credit for it to show up. What do you mean, thank you? Please, you made art for the channel. You deserve this badge. I should be the one. The badge is the thank you. You know? Please. Okay. So, whoops. No. I didn't mean to click that. By that I mean right click. Hi Sigma. I haven't seen his mug in a while. So, you didn't miss anything. Basically, we just played this dead end. You betray Quark with Clover. You get pinned to the warehouse floor, and Clover is forced by Alice to leave. Because Sigma makes a bolt to the exit and opens the number 9 door. They don't want Sigma to leave because he pressed betray on Quark. But they want someone to leave because if nobody leaves, they are all trapped there for all eternity. And that's just this dead end. And now we have played all non-locked paths in the game. All of them. We only have locks left. This is still locked. This is still locked. This is open now. This is open. And this is open. How to save Phi and K. How to prove to Clover that Alice wasn't murdered. How to make more antiviral medication. We have the solutions to those. In this timeline, it's been a while, so I'll just explain what happens here. Phi and K's partner is missing because it is Quark, and they don't know where Quark is. They do know where Quark is, but his watch has been shattered, so they cannot go through the chromatic door. The solution to this timeline, I'm pretty sure, is to put K and Phi in the pods, in the cryostasis pods, because those pods can lower your heart rate enough that the bracelet will come off, which will save them from certain death by bracelet. This timeline, is there proof it wasn't murder? It's pretty easy. There is proof that it isn't murder. Radical 6 will make you commit suicide eventually. So there is a possibility that Alice is infected with Radical 6 and committed suicide in this timeline, which, if proven by scanning her body in the medical bay, would prove that she wasn't murdered. Or at least make it obvious enough. And we can make more antiviral medication because in the lab, which is no, is one of these. This one, right? In the laboratory, there is a machine that can replicate the antiviral serum. So, since you are the amazing artist of my face, which one of these 3 timelines do you want to explore first? The one where we save Phi and K as the only other 2 survivors, save for Watchless Quark? The one where we convince Clover that Alice wasn't murdered and get to see what follows? Or the one where we make more antiviral medication to save both Quark and Alice from Radical 6? Which one do you want? Right now we're on the center thingy. The medication. Okay, the longest one. Sounds like a good pick to me. Let's skip ahead once it gives me the menu again.
All right, please pay attention, everyone.
Let's skip ahead through everything that is already on video. IG, immunoglobulin.
Do you know what immunoglobulin is?
Globulin, whatever.
It's another name for antibodies. Some people have antibodies that can fight off Radical 6.
IG replicator?
Replicator makes it sound like it makes copies of stuff.
Might be something coming soon. Legasp. So it's like a copy machine.
Yeah. Probably copies IG, whatever
whatever that is.
Any
Who
ideas?
knows? Ice cream by the gallon?
That's it! I've got it! The IG replicator in the laboratory! It's an immunoglobulin replication machine.
What?
If I told you I had a nice antibody, oh, that's a good achievement name. It can copy immunoglobulin, antibodies. Luna just said Excelivir is made from antibodies. That means we can make more Excelivir.
Hold on a moment. There is a strange device in the laboratory that says IG replicator on it. Clover and I examined it thoroughly when we were in that room.
Yeah. We never could figure out what it did, though.
Exactly. My question is, how do you know about it, Sigma?
I saw it when I was in the laboratory.
When was that?
Probably when you were looking for Alice, right?
No, Dee wasn't wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory. No, when I was looking for Alice. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know about the IG replicator? Timeline shenanigans.
If what he's saying is true, then we should be able to duplicate the Excelivir. That would mean we could cure Alice and Quark.
Let's go have a look then. The laboratory, right?
Yeah. No time to waste.
Let's go! We all nodded. Wait, we can't leave them here all alone. Luna, do you think you could stay behind and look after them?
Oh, of course. I'd be happy to.
Alright then, let's go. But if every character has an ending, I wonder what Luna's ending is going to be. We know Dio's ending. Dio's ending is the ending where Phi, Dio, and Sigma escape. Dio reveals who he is. And we get the shutdown code for one of the bombs in the rightmost timeline. That was presumably placed by him. But then also the Clover ending, which we played last time, where everybody dies, presumably of Radical 6.
So this is the lab, huh?
Yes.
You're fighting against color theory? Why do colors hate artists? It's not that colors hate artists. It's that long ago, colors have been enslaved by artists, and they are now trying to revolt.
Where's this IG replicator thing?
Right here. See?
So this can copy the Excelivir?
I think so.
What are we waiting for?
Calm down, alright? Don't rush me. Carefully lower the small vial of Excelivir into the slot on the side of the machine. Boop. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. Presumably, that was where the duplicated Excelivir would go. Ready? When I push this button, it should...
Skip it. Just press the damn thing.
Right. And pressed. Did it work? I think I'm going to move my face. Give me a second. I am going to take my face and put it up here. Get the spacing right though. That should work.
Have a look.
By the way, the thin black border at the edge of the game drives me insane. Here, let me show you. I can put my mouse cursor into it, and then you should be able to see it. There's just a thin black border at the left and right side of the screen. The game isn't like really 16:9.
The empty vial has something in it now.
For some reason, they messed it up by like 50 pixels.
And the vial Sigma used remains as it was. It does not seem to have lost any of its contents.
So, it worked?
This is a 3D game. I wonder why that
Would have
happened.
been pretty bad if it hadn't.
Like with the 2D game, the one before that, the black border made sense. It was probably just the size of the background images. But why is the 3D game this weird resolution format too? I don't get it. Alright, let's get this thing back to the infirmary. I reached out and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pocket. Ah,
What
shit.
happened?
Sorry, my hand slipped.
You dropped one of them?
Yeah, just one
What
there.
the hell? What if you'd broken it, you idiot?
Come on. If it's broken, then we could have just made another copy. Before Tenmyuji could reply, Fi spoke.
Guys?
I was surprised to hear a voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table.
You see? It did break.
No, the vial's fine. See?
She held it up in one hand, but it didn't move her eyes.
Then what the heck is going on down there?
What is the same gray I always used suddenly become brown? Oh, that's contrast, probably. Colors look different based on what colors are around them.
Take a look.
Where's the music, by the way? She slid back from the table quickly and silently. The rest of us bent down to look. Uh-oh. A bomb!
Whoa. Really? That makes two.
Slaps contrast. Very good.
Guess Kay was right after all.
So there were more bombs.
So it would seem.
Was this here when you guys came through the first time?
No, it was not.
Yeah, I didn't see anything, and I looked real hard.
Then somebody must have said it while we were looking for Alice.
Who the hell would do that?
We were all out looking for Alice. It could have been any of you, any of us.
No, not any of us. I was back in the infirmary. Quark was still out, so I was keeping an eye on him.
So we shouldn't consider you a suspect, is that right?
Yeah, Quark's off the list too.
But Tenmyoji, you have no proof that you spent the entire time in the infirmary, do you?
What?
You could have quietly made your way to the laboratory, planted the bomb.
That's insane. Listen to yourself. There's no way in hell I'd have left Quark all by himself to go plant a goddamn bomb.
Tenmyuji was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
Hey, what's this thing?
I turned out in time to see her grab something from under the table.
It looks like a memory card.
Ah, another one!
Where was it?
Right under the bomb. It was down on the floor under the table.
Could it have been put here by the same person who set the bomb? There was nothing like it here when we examined this room.
Do you think they dropped it accidentally?
Unless it was left here intentionally, yes. I imagine so.
What do you think's on it?
Let's take a look. Could I see it for a minute?
I guess.
I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. I know where that goes. Is it the same one? No dice. We'll need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything
So
here.
what do we do?
Come on, if I knew I'd be doing it.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Guys, I think maybe we should get back to the top floor.
Yeah, you're right. We've got what we came here for.
What should we do about the, bomb?
Not much we can do except leave it here. Alice said it'd be dangerous to touch them.
True, but
Drop it. We can talk about the bombs later. Right now we need to take care of Alice and Quark.
Right. So we'll get back to that infirmary. Give them the Excelsior, then head to the Floor A warehouse.
Right. This ought to do it. It might take a little while, but they should recover.
I hope no one else has the virus. Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. In her hands was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial, placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. While we were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to a crude cot. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
Are they really going to be alright?
Yes. The analysis I did on the vials confirmed that the duplicate was real Excelivir. The original was genuine too, of course. Now that they've been treated...
It's only a matter of time before the virus is eliminated.
I believe so, yes.
Oh man, what a relief. I was really worried.
Clever grinned. Agreed. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Alright, everybody. We can be relieved later. Right now we need to get to the AB rooms and fast.
Damn. Don't even have time to catch our breath.
Come on, let's go. The flying warehouse is waiting. Huh? Where's Yuji?
Oh, he stayed back in the infirmary.
What?
Why?
Well, when we were all heading out, I noticed he wasn't doing anything. So I asked him if he was coming with us, and this is what I got.
I'm still worried about Quark and Alice. I think I'll stick around and make sure they're okay.
I see. That means that Phi's only opponent will be Dio.
1-on-1, huh?
Ugh.
That's cool. Nothing to worry about. I plan to choose Ally. You know why?
Because I've only got one BP.
Exactly. If you chose Ally and I betrayed you, your BP would drop below 0 and... well, we know what happens then. I want to win, but I'm not that desperate. You see what I'm saying, right?
Tenmyoji and Dio are a pair. Tenmyoji only had one BP left. Since Dio said he's going to pick Ally, Phi can't really pick anything else. If she does, Tenmyoji will...
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Kay and I are gonna be going one-on-one too, right? Since Quark's still sleeping.
That is correct.
How many BP do you guys have?
I've got 6.
As do I.
This will be a tough one then.
If one of them can get the other to Ally, and then betray that person, the betrayer will have 9 points. Look, Kay, I know you don't really have any reason to trust me, but...
I know. You would like us both to vote Ally, yes?
Yeah.
I agree. If we were to both betray, then we would gain no points. We would lose nothing either, but that's hardly relevant. If both of us cooperate, then we will both gain 2 points, which is much more beneficial.
Right. Okay, good. You're really gonna do it, right?
Yes,
Promise?
promise.
I don't trust Kay.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
I don't trust Kay. He betrayed before.
Shit, this is bad. We need to move, now!
Indeed. Shall we?
But also, I'm inclined to actually believe Dio. I don't remember how many points he has in this timeline. I don't know if he has 6. He might only have 5. But I strongly believe that he wouldn't go over actively killing someone through the Ambidex game to get out of here. Even if only it would guarantee that they wouldn't stop him on his way to the number 9 door. And anyway, Dio, K, Fine, Clover all took off immediately, heading into different AB rooms. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, K went into room 4, and Fine, Clover went into room 5 and 6 respectively. That left Luna and myself. What do you think about taking the one to the far left?
Sounds good.
With that settled, we headed to the AB room number 1. But I don't trust K in this one. But there's 2 paths. There is a path where we don't just die in here.
30 seconds remain until...
Which is betray, interestingly enough.
It's probably a little late to say this, but you know Alice is still in the infirmary. So...
He's saying we should pick Ally, right? Since Alice is going to be default to that anyway.
Yes.
I know, it's not really fair to betray somebody who isn't voting. Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nunnery game didn't seem so scary.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex's game polling closes. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Also, they are portraying Luna way too nice. Huh. Sus.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has results will be displayed in the warehouse.
Once this is through, we'll have all branches to this layer, which is crazy.
Thank you for your participation.
Luna big sus.
Ambidex gates now opening.
Big sassy baka. Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. Alright, let's go have a look at the results.
Results from... Please...
Bonk, 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 bonk. Betray, 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 betray. Ally. What? The fuck? What? How?
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly.
I'm dead.
Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
What? What? It was impossible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No, that's not possible. How can Alice vote betray? It was a question I would never know the answer to. There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic, Sobering. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. We've read this before. My legs began to wobble, and I gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
Sigma! Sigma! Hang on! Oh no! Sigma! Get up!
Sigma!
Sigma!
No, why?
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AB room was open. No one had gone into that room. I had watched them all, and yet there she stood. An apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Atlas. The word was gradually getting black and my mouth refused to form words, but my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Had she run in at the last moment after Luna and I entered her room? But even if she had, why choose betray? Then the darkness closed over my mind as well. My questions were gone forever. F? The fuck? Okay, that explains why the betray route is the one that isn't one step. Cool. I died. What the fuck? How? Why betray us? Alice? Alright then. This is going to be a full betray round, I guess. Because everyone else betrays, obviously. They don't trust each other.
30
Dio,
seconds remain
I mean...
until Ambidex game polling closes.
Dio's a hard read. I don't think he's ever actually killed someone in the AB game. But yeah. So, the only reason we choose Betray here is because we know if we choose Ally, we die. Good that I stepped out of the AB room.
Why? What happened to... It's not fair to betray someone who isn't voting.
She is voting. There was nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't understand why I picked Betray instead. It had almost felt unconscious. Like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the Betray button against my will. Right, well, we should go see the results.
We already know what they are. It's just simple math.
No, we don't. The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran toward the projector. Anything to get away from those eyes.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please.
Betray, betray. Betray, betray. 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 0 round.
Points have been. Please check.
What? It wasn't possible. I blinked and rubbed my eyes and looked again. No, how can Alice's vote be betray? That's not possible. Alice! She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where had she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
Thought you'd get an easy couple points, huh? Not so easy when you have to look your victim in the eye, is it? Coward.
Me, a coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked Betray. Why are you even here?
Gave me the antivirus, didn't you? Tenmyoji told me. Thank you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, honestly.
But you should still be under the effects of the anesthetic.
Yes, well, I still am. A bit. I have a throbbing headache, and I can barely stand. It's horrible. I'm more resistant to anesthetics than most people, a result of my training. I have a feeling Zero Senior knew that. They gave me way more than the standard dose of that gas when they kidnapped me. In any event, a few minutes ago I woke up in the infirmary. Tenmyoji explained what was going on, and I got here as fast as I could.
So you showed up right after we'd gone to the AB room?
Yes, right in the nick of time, too. About 10 seconds before the deadline, as I recall.
You did that just so you could betray us?
Right. What? Don't I get to do that? I mean, it turned out to be the right thing to do, didn't it? You two chose Betray. If I'd stayed back there, I'd have lost 2 points.
So you're saying it was self-defense?
Yes.
You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose Betray because you wanted out. If you had 6 BP, if I'd picked Ella, you would have 9. That's what you were trying to do, right?
If I was.
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me so you could escape.
Don't be stupid. I knew you'd choose Betray. There was...
Tell the truth.
That is the truth. Why am I the only one getting the 3rd degree here? Look at those results. 2 other people just tried to kill someone.
Find Dio.
Yes. If Dio had chosen ally, Fi would have killed Tenmyoji. And if she'd chosen ally, Dio would have killed her.
I don't want to be rude, but it looks like Clover and Kay tried to trick one another. Not that it seems to have worked. If either one had chosen ally, the other one would have 9 BP right now.
I tend to look at the results again. Before I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster. Betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bonds? Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Alright guys, pay attention. You've probably already all figured this out, but we can't keep going like this. If we don't start being a little more trusting, we are never going to get out of here. We need to work together. I might as well have been talking to a wall.
My apologies, Sigma, but I need to think on something for a bit. I would appreciate being left alone.
I'll be leaving too. Things are getting a little too intense here for my delicate constitution. Sorry.
Dear.
Well, in that case...
At 2-5.
Yeah, sorry.
Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
See? There's your answer. In the end, everyone's just thinking about themselves. So I would appreciate it if you could not treat me like I'm the only villain here. Come on, Clover. Let's go.
Hold on! I'm coming! Are you feeling okay? I was really worried, you know?
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with delight to have Alice back. Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it.
Everyone's gone.
Can't going to leave too?
No,
Are you sure? It just betray.
I know, but I still believe in you, Sigma. I think your hand must have just slipped or something, right?
It just hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 3 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round. Star keys are required to open the gates. There is no set limit on usage of the star keys. The Ambidex gates can be opened as many times as the players wish to open them.
As many times as you want, huh?
Yes, as long as we have the star keys. That means we can keep playing the AB game over and over too. Sigma, could you show me your bracelet? Do you
Why?
remember what Zero Jr. said?
As soon as the gates close, your colors get all shuffled up automatically. There, solo assignments hop around a bit too.
Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. I'm a cyan pair. What about you?
I'm a magenta pair.
I wonder what the others are.
Could be anything, I suppose. We won't know until we have a look.
We've got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So what should we do now?
Everyone else has gone off on their own.
Yeah, physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeat the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
Maybe it would help if we all had a common goal. Something to unite our hearts and minds.
Yeah, but we've already got something like that. No, we don't, Sigma. You're stupid. The moms. We all want to get out of here. This seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everybody chose betray, including me.
Well, what if we have an enemy?
An enemy?
Yes, a common foe, like the person who set the bombs, for instance.
After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Quark the accelerator. Yeah, that might work. If we can figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else will work together against them.
Right.
But how do we figure out who it is?
Well, do you have any clues?
Clues, huh? That's right, the memory card. I pulled it out from my pocket and held it toward her.
What's this?
I told you, memory card. It was under the bomb we found in the lab. I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what's on it though. We couldn't find any kind of memory card reader.
I guess we can't really use it then. Oh, wait a second. You know what? I think I might have seen something.
Huh?
Yes, I remember. The infirmary. I saw it when I was searching the infirmary with Dio and Quark. There was a memory card just like that one.
Then...
Yes. I think we can see what's on it.
Pog!
The computer there should be able to read it.
Lunata exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Tenmyuji. Quark was there as well, of course, but he was just as we'd left him, asleep on the bed.
What are you doing here?
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, the real change starts at home. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb and the memory card, how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the letter.
Okay.
Then stick it in already.
Go ahead.
Right. Just as Luna had said, there was a small slot under the screen, exactly the size to fit a memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. What? That's new. The last time the memory card was different. I don't even know if it's the same memory card though.
6 rows, 22 letters each.
It looks like the odd rows use one set of letters, and the even rows use another set. In other words, the first 2 rows just repeat. Yeah.
Is this some kind of code or something?
Doesn't look random to me. Think there might be a pattern. I just don't know what it is.
Was there anything else on there? No, it doesn't look like it.
So all we get is gibberish? Hey Alice, you haven't seen anything for a while. Said anything for a while. What's up?
Does any of this look familiar to you, Clover?
What do you mean?
Have you seen something like this before? Maybe during your training?
This is...
So you do recognize it.
All right, knock it off, you two. How about you share it with the rest of the class?
Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
I believe this is an encoded message from a terrorist organization.
What?
They call themselves the Myrmidons.
Oh! I have the code, it's this! I have the code from the Dio ending. It's this up here. He is a Myrmidon. Myrmidons? For some reason I felt like I'd heard that name before.
What are the Myrmidons?
Put simply, they're a bunch of thugs who are trying to destroy or dismantle most of human civilization.
So this thing we're looking at, you think it's theirs?
Well, they have a number of different codes, but I do think this is one of them.
Then the bomb? It was set by one of the Myrmidons, wasn't it?
Yes.
Dio.
Well, I can't say for sure, of course, but it seems likely.
Damn, I've got a ton of questions for you. But let me start with this. What the heck does that thing say?
I don't know. How am I
What?
supposed to decode it? I don't have the key. Without a key, it would take literally hundreds of years to decode.
What about you, Clover?
Well, if Alice doesn't know how, I sure don't.
See.
But what we can do then? We can come back to the code stuff later. I've got another question. Alice, Clover, who the hell are you? Why do you know about this code?
That's...
You told me your job was to eliminate enemies of the state or something like that. Just what the hell kind of job is that? I think it's time you told us what to do, or what you do.
Sorry, but I can't.
Why not?
Because you might be one of them. You might be the person who set the bomb.
That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
Really? And where's your proof? For all I know, you're my enemy. I can't tell you anything.
I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. Just want all of I just want all of us to get out of here. Just please tell us. Please. We need to find out who did this so we can all escape. But we have too little information. We need your help. Fine. If you won't tell us about it yourself, then just tell us about the Myrmidons. What else do you know about them?
I'm sorry.
Before I could blink, she had leapt up and run out of the room. Hey, wait! Alice! I took off after her.
How long are you going to keep following me?
Until you tell me what you know.
Then why don't you just ask Clover? I
Clover?
already know she works with me.
Well, yeah.
Why don't you...
I wanted to hear it from you.
Why?
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters? Or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. That means I've spent more time with you than anybody else here. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
What are you talking about?
She spun around to hide it, but I got a blush of red on her cheeks. We walked down to the path where it We walked down the path to where it ended, next to the pond. I stayed silent. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
You don't hate me?
What? Why?
I tried to kill you.
You mean the VAB game?
Yes. I was so scared. Who wouldn't be? Kidnapped and locked up, forced to play some sort of bizarre game. And then we found that bomb. I know I probably sounded calm, but as soon as we found that thing, all I wanted to do was run away from it as fast as I could. Things just went downhill from there.
What do you mean?
I remember hearing that Quark had collapsed and running to the infirmary with everyone else. When I got there, I realized I couldn't understand what anyone was saying, and everything looked... I don't know how to describe it. It was like watching a video on fast forward, only it was real. Then I started to feel like... It's hard to explain. I guess you could say I didn't feel like I was myself, and it only got worse.
It was probably the Red 6.
I think so. I don't remember much after that, but when I woke up in the infirmary, suddenly all that fear was back. So all I could think about was getting out of this place as fast as I could. It never even crossed my mind that it could kill you. God help me, even if it had, I don't think I would have cared. See? I'm horrible. You hate me, don't you?
Aww.
Just do it!
What? Do what?
Kill me! Get it over with!
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I didn't even hate you.
You're lying! I could have killed you. I would have killed
Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone. Hold on, I want this to be a bit louder. A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek. Then another and another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. Slowly, I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it.
Why are you doing this? You know, you kind of remind me of my father.
That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad?
Yes.
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
Will you promise not to tell Clover that I cried?
Come on.
Keep your mouth shut. I'll tell you what you want to know. About myself. And about the Myrmidons.
Sure. My lips are sealed.
Really?
What crying? I don't remember any crying.
Good. Alright then.
Alice took a deep breath and began. My father's Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met when my mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. My father was a scientist, and his field was cloning. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why he moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to the life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we'd been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen to meet us. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and we went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists, and he had been kidnapped. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her. As a single mother, alone in a country where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often, when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and every line of her face I could see exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out of high school, and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. The purpose is to investigate, and sometimes deal with it. Deal with terrorist organizations, and other serious threats to the state. I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually, I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons. Although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me, they were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most useful members and expand their ranks. The Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. We believe that Free the Soul provides the funding, but trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. Then one day, I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and had stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clover. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. They told me they'd been locked up inside the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were myrmidons. In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to SOIS headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. There was also a 6th person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man who I'll just call H for now. Hongo! Ace, you dickhead! Had been bound and placed in the trunk. According to the other 4, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. There he is! Look, fuckface! We also learned that this pharmaceutical company, a major player in the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. More specifically, I suppose H was a member of Free the Soul and very committed to their cause. So why had he kidnapped all these children? Apparently, it had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try to give it a quick rundown. The second explanation. I'm being called. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousness of other certain people. To be honest, it might be simpler to just call it telepathy. The SOIS had heard of this particular ability before, so it actually used it in a number investigation. So I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If it was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tape about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiment, we knew that she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put the ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hope that her investigations might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake, and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until at last, in a basement room, I found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. It was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there. And when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They'd beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the SOIS to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That's why they killed him. Perhaps they thought they were sending a message to me, or that once he was gone I'd lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had at least been able to save her. Sometime later, I received a call from the coroner. They told me there was something I needed to see. There, in the morgue, was my father. Cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers, comprised of 8s and 9s. It took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I'd shed in the operation. Since the operation had started, there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. That night I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. It didn't take long to figure out the numbers he'd written were latitude and longitude. They pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste this opportunity. This time, our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any of my other agents in danger. We took our time. We gathered information. We did our research and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then, on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the AB room?
Yes. Well, there it is. Everything that's happened with the Myrmidons and me. I left a few of the details out, of course, but you get the idea.
Yeah, thanks. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up.
We should go back.
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
Which is?
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs, and based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that person is a Myrmidon.
Yes.
Right? And I agree that we need to figure out who they are.
What do you propose we do?
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you have any clues?
Clues? Well, if I could decrypt that code, it might tell us something, but...
How can we do that?
I told you. We need a key. Without that, it's pointless.
What's a key?
A key is a key. It allows you to sort of unlock a code. The Myrmidons usually use this huge string of numbers as a key.
Wait, a long string of numbers? Could that be... that?
What the hell?
He was convicted of a string of numbers. I was almost as surprised as she was. The numbers had just kind of appeared in my mind. I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously and I stared back.
Where did... Wait. Can you say that again?
Yeah. 78153 61098 83809 42419 90551.
That's 198,449,351 to the third power.
Cool!
That
What?
number you just told me. Prime factor decomposition on that number gets you 198,449,351 to the third power.
Cool! You're talking about reducing an integer to a series of prime numbers that you multiply together to get it, right? Like, if you have 30, then you'd get 2 times 3 times 5.
Exactly. You probably learned that in junior high, right?
So you're saying that 198,449,351 is prime? And if you multiply it by itself 3 times, you get that?
Yes.
Don't tell me you just did all of that in your head.
I did do all of that in my head.
Alice, please.
Simple mental arithmetic.
Simple? What? No, no way. That's
I
impossible.
told you. I'm better at math than most people.
That's not better at
Look
math.
at you. You just recited a huge string of numbers. That seems pretty astounding, too. Where did you find that number anyway?
I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
Can't tell me, huh? Fine. I'm pretty sure that's the key to the code, though. I know the Myrmidons use prime factors for their keys, and there aren't a lot of 25-digit numbers that turn out to be the third power of a prime number. I think there's a very good chance that number you memorized was specifically created by someone.
Could you explain that with small words?
Well, look at the prime factors of your number. 198,449,351 to the third power. I think that's our hint for cracking the code. You still don't get it? Try to remember the code we saw in the infirmary. What did it say on the monitor?
I think the first row was... that. Yep,
And the second row?
that. I think. And then just repeat.
Wow, you've got a pretty impressive memory.
He does.
I could really use someone like you back at the...
Well, keep going. How do we decode
You
that?
use 198,449,351 to point you to the right letters.
How do we do that?
Well, the first number is 1, so take the first letter. The next number is 9, so go 9 letters over from the first one. Then 8 from that one. Just keep going until you get something. Make sense?
I ran over what she said in my head. The prime number Alice had given me was that. So what would we get if we picked out letters like she'd explained? The first letter would be C, then O. Then you'd move to the right. Eventually we get a word, and that word was. Because it won't be displayed when you input your answers, it would be wise to solve it now. Okay. Fine. Let me know. I mean, we no longer need that now. I guess. I guess we're done with that code. Very good. But I still need this. One 198449351. Okay. 1. 1 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 2 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 4 4 1 2 3 4. That's 4 1 2 3 4 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 3 5 and that one. So that's 7, that's 8. So that makes COMP L E T E. That's a D. Completed. Clear. I did it. Pog. Let's erase these. Thank fuck for Sigma's excellent memory. I did it. Completed. That's it. That's the answer.
Completed? Are you sure?
Yeah, I did exactly what you told me to do. And the word I got is completed. Well, actually, it's completed. The code and letters repeat every 2 lines. It just repeats.
Well, I can't remember the code like you can, but if you're certain, I believe you.
I'm definitely certain.
All right, then. I wonder what completed is supposed to mean here.
What? Aside from the obvious, you mean? I'm guessing that means mission complete. So that's what the transmitter was for.
Huh? What are you talking about? What transmitter?
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that I hadn't been there a moment for. It's like a wave washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. We remember the Dio ending, Pog.
Oh, Holy Father, Holy Brother, Holy Master.
Oh my god, that was a lock too? Pog.
My sacred mission is at last complete. With these 2 hands, mankind is saved. I am your well-made flesh. In your name, I give thanks.
Damn it. Why didn't I read this before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this? At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. And not just any member, he was their leader. That meant he had to be the one who planted the bombs.
Hey, are you listening to me?
Yeah.
Then answer my question. What the hell was that? What's this about a transmitter?
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely, she'd just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
Wait. Don't tell me you're one of the Myrmidons.
If I was, do you really think I'd reveal myself like this?
Point.
Out of nowhere, Clover appeared.
Oh, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. We're
Really?
all down in the floor B warehouse. Well, all of us but Luna and Quark.
Why?
We've still got 45 minutes until the white doors open.
I know that.
Okay. Hey, wait a minute. I thought you and Quark didn't know about the white doors.
Tenmyoji told us about them. He said he'd show us where they were, so we all followed him down to the floor B warehouse.
I'm assuming you left Quark with Luna?
Yeah, anyway, when we showed up, Phi and Kay were already there. Well,
So?
all of a sudden, Phi, Tenmyoji, and Dio all started yelling at each other.
What?
Why? Did something happen?
According to Clover, the last AB game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Tenmyoji only had one BP, Phi chose and Betray. They started to fight, and since Dio had pressed Betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged into.
That seems odd. Phi only had one BP too. Choice seems like a perfectly valid defensive move.
Ugh, just come with me. Kay's trying to calm them down, but there's only one of him.
Okay. Come on, Alice, let's
Coming.
go. Ooh, baby. It's getting intense. All four of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed to have calmed down a bit. The tension in the air was almost visible. I felt like I'd stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even the smallest spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. Even Kay, usually so calm and collected, was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at Alice, pursed my lips, and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room. Clover told me what's going on. This whole thing is stupid. You need to knock it off.
Stupid? What about this is stupid? We're talking about my life, you self-righteous dick.
I know, but yelling at each other isn't going to solve your problem. The best thing for us to do right now is to trust each other and get through this. Wouldn't you agree?
Hard to trust someone who tried to kill me.
Same to you. I told you letting Dio vote was a stupid idea. What did you think he was gonna do? You might as well have pressed the button yourself.
I couldn't just leave Quark alone.
That's no excuse. And where do you get off telling me I shouldn't have picked Betray? Did you even think that through? What? I was supposed to pick Ally? If I'd done that, I'd be dead right now.
I could say the same thing to you. Damn good thing Dio didn't choose Ally.
Please, that's enough from both of you. Sigma's right. This isn't the time to be bickering with each other.
Oh, you don't get to talk. You tried to betray Clover and escape on your own.
Perhaps. But I think that's better than merely killing someone.
Well, I only did it so that she wouldn't kill Tenmyoji.
God damn it! Enough already! I roared with fury and my voice echoed and rebounded off the walls of the warehouse. Everyone fell silent. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on the table. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was wet with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bombs.
What?
Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Sort of, yeah. I know which one of you it is.
Well, spit it out then.
Please, explain what's going on here.
I don't think I need to. They're going to admit their guilt in just a few minutes.
What?
You're ever going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Or I guess I should say, Dio's mouth.
What are you on? You think I set those bombs?
Yes, I do.
Hey, if you're gonna accuse me, you better have some pretty damn good evidence, pal.
I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating a fact.
Yeah? Where the hell'd you get that
Slaps
fact?
Dio. You're slapping a lot of people and things today. Fun as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He just played on. He was good at it. And I'd get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him. Well, you see, I'm actually from Free the Soul.
Free the Soul? What's that? Some kind of hippie shoe company?
Don't play dumb, Dio. Or should I call you Left? Brother ordered me to come here. To keep an eye on you. It was quick, but for a moment I saw his eyes twitch. I leapt on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak. Fine, skepticism is understandable, admirable even, but perhaps this will convince you. I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about Brother's background, and how his younger brother, Left, had been murdered. I mentioned, casually, that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person. So, still not convinced? How about this? That number, do a little prime factor decomposition on that and you'll get 198,449,351 to the third power. If I'm not who I say I am, how on earth could I possibly know that?
What? No, that's not possible.
Finally. So let's all start over, shall we? I was sent here to watch your every move. It seems your wise and noble brother doesn't trust you. He suspects betrayal.
No, you're lying!
I assure you I'm not. But if you don't believe me, why don't you go outside and call him yourself with your transmitter?
No! No! You have to be lying! Brother trusts me!
Get fucked, Dio!
That's why he chose me for this mission! Why would he make me the leader of the Myrmidons if he...
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
I said, why would he have made me the leader of the Myrmidons if...
I grinned.
Wait. What the hell? Are you fucking kidding me?
Sorry, Dio. I've never even seen Brother.
What the hell was all that? How did you know all those things?
Dunno. Maybe I was divinely inspired.
Give me that shit!
What's going on?
What are these Myrmidons?
Dio and I stared at one another while Clover and Tenryuji quickly explained to Phi and Kay about the memory card and the number 2 bomb, and about the code we found that was from a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
So you mean to say someone from the Myrmidons planted the bombs?
And Dio pretty much just admitted to doing it?
Yeah.
Bastards. I'll never forgive you.
I had a low furious... Excuse me. I heard a low, furious muttering behind me and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
I am going
To kill you!
Her voice rose to a scream as he charged toward Dio. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something out from his pocket.
Whoa there. I like my women a little feisty. But you're taking it a little too far, sweetheart. Tone it down.
What?
It is slapping day indeed.
You see this? You know what it is, don't you?
Oh my god. Is that the detonator?
Exactly. And I assume you know what happens if I press this button?
Yes. I'm guessing it'll set off both of the bombs.
Well, I wouldn't say both.
You mean there's still a number 1 bomb we haven't found?
Correct. And there's one more, too.
No. There are 4 bombs?
Exactly. I planted 4 bombs. They're the ones numbered 1, 2, and 3, but there's also one more. Bomb number 0. Add all that up, and you're looking at about 4 tons of explosive power. Those go off, and it's all over. That's enough oomph to turn this whole place into a smoking crater.
Aren't you forgetting something?
That'd kill you too.
So, I'm ready for that. I've got spares.
Spares? Is that what Sigma was talking about?
Yeah, clones.
Heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
Let's go, Clover. Show him all that training wasn't for nothing.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Right.
Before I had a chance to ask them what was going on, they moved.
Die, you bastard!
Sheesh!
Yeah!
She roared and leapt toward Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face as he dodged. Clover spun out from behind her. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted and snatched the detonator from his hand.
Clover, get him! Right! Sigma, catch!
Ah! Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
Damn it! Stop! Let me go! Still let go of me, you asshole!
Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Strangely though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck to the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? It didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for misgivings to prove true. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash. What?
Ha! Serves you right.
What are you laughing at?
You, her, all of you. God, you're stupid.
What? Why?
See that detonator you threw to Sigma? You activated it. If it gets more than a meter away from me, it sets itself off. We figured someone might try to take it away, so we put in a little safeguard.
You
Since you two were
fucker.
kind enough to take it away from me, the bombs have gone from remote control to countdown timer. Go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Won't make any difference now. The bombs are gonna go off no matter what.
How long do we have?
About 30 minutes.
Good enough?
30 minutes.
Oh no.
My condolences.
Well, what can we do to stop them?
I told you that already. First, we need the device that allows us to input information. Then we plug it into each bomb and enter the codes.
Hey Alice, who the hell are you? How do you know all this?
None of your damn business. Just tell me where the input device is.
Well, that's none of your damn business. Fuck! Stop! You're gonna break it!
Kind of the point.
Of course. That's the plan.
Please, stop!
Yes!
Just tell me what I want to know.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's in my coat. The right-hand pocket.
Clover, check it out. Right.
She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes,
It's no use.
gently breaks it.
There's nothing here.
Did you lie to me?
No, I swear, keep looking.
Oh, there is something in here.
Clever pulled her hand from his pocket and held it out. Is that a pill?
Hey, what is this?
Huh? I can't see it. Bring it over here.
Dover frown moved closer to Dio, holding the pill toward him. And he's going to kill himself. Suddenly, he moved his right hand, snaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it into his mouth. At a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately, he grimaced in pain.
Shit!
What? What was that?
Poison, I guess.
What?
Damn! How could I be so stupid?
His eyes rolled up in his head, and flakes of spit began to trickle from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook. What the hell are you doing? Where's the input device?
Lost it. In my couch. Back home.
Don't screw with me!
Fine. Don't tell us. How about you give us the deactivation codes instead?
Deactivation. You guys are persistent. Fine. Not gonna do you much good anyway. I'll tell you. But you only get one. This is the deactivation code for bomb 3. Ready? LXQ LHC NMR.
LHQ. LXQ. Okay. LXQ. LHC. Large Hadron Collider. NMR. What about the other 3? Tell us the other 3. He didn't even seem to hear me.
My body will be a part of the foundation of a bright future.
His voice was weak, and more foam was dribbling out of his mouth.
Such a beautiful world. May brother live in everlasting glory.
Those were the last words Dio spoke. He died with a strange happy smile. That fucker. Okay, we are missing 2 codes. This is the 0 code. This is the 3 code. We are missing 1 and 2. I wonder where we're gonna get it.
He only
Damn.
gave us the password for one of the bombs. This is bad. What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
How much time have we got?
25 minutes.
Are you sure?
Yes. When he told us the time, I checked my bracelet. It said exactly 30 minutes.
You mean the bombs are gonna go off the same time the next set of doors opens?
Yes. The time on your bracelet is the time we have left.
Oh, so 25 minutes.
This isn't good. I was hoping that we might be able to escape through the white doors, but...
It takes 5 minutes for the primary door to open and close. So,
Yes, I know. There's no way we can get through them before the explosion happens.
Well, there's no point just standing around. We should start looking. We need 3 things. The password input device.
And the remaining 2 bombs, right?
Right.
we also need passwords for all the bombs other than number 3.
Exactly.
Maybe Dee has noticed something.
Hold on. Let me check.
She knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves, then sat back on her heels, frustrated.
Damn. He's clean.
She looked pale.
Then we'll just have to hope we find it somewhere. Tenmyoji, can you go tell Luna what's happened?
Right, I'm on it.
Good. The rest of you, let's move out. We can do this. Let's go.
We all took off at a run, heading to different parts of the building. But all of our searching turned up nothing. And as we searched, the clock kept ticking. Then at last, the chromatic doors opened.
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven or to hell? Thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How had we ended up this way? Then a blistering wave of heat like the surface of the sun itself wiped out any lingering thoughts. My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell, only the void. Death. Is this the Alice ending? Hello? Yes, it is the Alice ending. Pog. One more person on the save state. Okay, in the Alice ending, we die! Perfect. Holy shit, that unlocked 2 more. Ah! I am 95% sure the final end is here. Somewhere down here. I'm pretty sure all the bomb stuff is down here. Who planted the bomb is... Ah, yes. Okay, so I'm pretty sure these will lead to other bomb codes when you play through them. All ending in you dying to the explosion. So let's go here. I kind of want these first. Also, there's 2 more faces right of Alice. And Alice is in the branch right next to Clover. If we assume every branch has a true ending in it, then that would make sense. Wait. We need to search one person. And that person is... That person is you, Dio!
Come on, what is this? Are you high?
Who set up the bomb? Part 1. Well, we're about to find out. Sorry, Kay, but could you hold him down?
Well...
It's only him. It's on him, promise.
Knock it off, Sigma. You're doing this all backwards.
So, this is the card? Besides, all we want is to know who set the bombs. And why are you getting so worked up anyway? If you're innocent, then the search will show that and I'll look like an idiot.
Nice try, but that's some bullshit totalitarian logic. I don't think so. What are you even basing this on? How do you know I set the bombs? Just spit it
Because...
out.
I know about the Myrmidons.
The Myrmo... What?
I beg your pardon?
No. How do you know that, Sigma?
Oh, that's what I know. I know about Free the Soul and about Brother.
What the hell are you talking about?
I can tell you the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
Who the fuck do you think you are? None of that has anything to do with me. I don't know who the Myrmidons are, and I don't know what Free the Soul is, and I certainly don't know anything about some old fart called Brother.
Oh Dio, tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons were people. And what about Brother? How would you know his age if I haven't said anything beside its name?
Wait, so he's left? But that means he's a terrorist.
A terrorist?
Oh dear.
Left?
Well, looks like I won't be able to talk my way out of this one. Seriously though, when did we get so famous? The Myrmidons aren't supposed to be something anybody knows about, let alone YouTube jokers. Okay, you got me. Yes, I'm the leader of the Myrmidons. My real name is Left. I was sent here to stop Zero Senior's AB plan. That's why I planted the bombs. If it looked like the plan might actually succeed, I was supposed to blow this whole place sky high.
Oh my god! That means Zero Senior is the good guy in this. AB plan?
What's that?
Oh, well, looks like you don't know everything after all. I should have been more careful.
That's the gaspiest I've ever gasped in this game, holy shit. That was such a drop of information in that one line, holy fuck!
After all, die here.
What?
God damn it, no! I like to warn him.
Whoa there! Better not come any closer. You think I'm not prepared for this? Take one step and it'll be your last.
Then, that thing you're holding...
It's the detonator.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
it is. Now back the fuck off!
Dio, please calm down. If you press that button, you'll die too.
So, believe me, there's plenty more where this came from. Now
What?
we've cleared that up. Back off! Come on, move it! Go, go, go!
Vietnam Ice slowly, carefully backed away. All of us except for one, Tenmyuji.
Hey, Grandpa, you're here and gone? I said back off!
No.
You... I'm not screwing around here.
I can see that. So why don't you do it? Go ahead. Press that button.
What?
Tenmyuji!
Something wrong? Hurry it up. I'm not getting any younger. Oh, do I sense hesitation? What's the matter, Dio? Scared? Well?
You son of a bitch.
So you were just bluffing?
Not bluffing, goddammit. You hear me? I'll do it.
Oh, I'm sure you will. But there's really something I should tell you. See that detonator you're holding? It's a fake.
What?
For just an instant, Dio's eyes twitched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening Tenmyuji needed.
Yeah!
Let's go! He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenmyuji's leg shot out, knocking the detonator from Dio's hand. Pog. Shit, not good.
What happened?
The detonator. He doesn't have it anymore.
What? What's happening?
There's a red light on it now.
Oh, you really fucked up, Tenmyuji. This is what happens when you try to show off.
What?
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked.
What are you saying?
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Dio. If it is, then the timer on the bombs automatically activates.
Damn, how much do you know? Fine, whatever. Well, he's right. If that thing ever gets more than a meter away from me, it activates. When it does, it starts the timers on all the bombs. So thanks to this old fart, you get to try and defuse a bunch of activated bombs on a countdown. You can go ahead and destroy the detonator if you want. Once the timers have been activated, they'll go off anyway.
How long do we have? When do they explode?
You should know, Sigma. Why don't you tell her?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? That's crazy!
Yeah.
How do we stop them?
The emergency deactivation passwords.
None of us know them, though.
Right, none of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there?
Okay. I'll give you one, since I'm such a swell guy. The password for bomb number 2 is EQD DYR NTK.
EQD. That looks like a P. EQD. DYR. NTK. One left.
Bomb number 2?
But we haven't found that one yet.
Oh? Well, my mistake. Must have slipped my mind. Well, there's nothing you could do anyway. You don't have the input device. Really, it'll be much easier if you all just give up.
Where's the input device?
Oh gosh, I wonder.
Where did you put the number 2 bomb?
Shoot, you know, I just can't remember.
You son of a bitch.
Anyway, I think it's time for me to be moving on.
Moving on.
To where?
What, I have to explain everything? To the next world, of course?
No, wait! I threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned. I want to slap him again. Ah, animation!
Shit! Let go of me, goddammit! Get off of me! Let me go!
We can see Sigma! Holy shit! This is the first time we've seen Sigma. He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started to pry his open.
Hey! Hey!
There he is! I was trying to figure out if Sigma had been stuck into the Sigmamatron. No, Sigma hasn't been frozen in time because he's a robot, right?
I'm not fucking around, alright?
We know that from one of the timelines.
Go on my goddamn arm!
But then the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Piled onto Dio. Even then he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth.
We don't have a choice. Luna, go get the Soparil.
No, if we put him to sleep, we can't get what we need of him.
You think I don't know that? What other choice do we have? Every minute we spend wrestling this prick is a minute we don't have to deal with those bombs. We don't have time for this.
Ah,
What
shit!
are you doing, Luna? Go!
Right. Okay, I've got it. I'm ready when you are.
Sigma reveal, Pog.
You can do whatever you want to me. You
Yes, my
fucking
Sigma
cowards.
has been revealed.
You're still gonna die. Go ahead. Tell yourselves you can fix it. Run around like idiots before you get blown to atoms. Serves you fucking right. You're gonna burn.
Oh, for God's sake. Luna, shut him up.
Right. Here goes.
As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. That was just what I'd expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled toward the sink and tossed it into the drain. How much time do we have left?
About 20 minutes or so, I think.
And how much time until the white doors open?
Same.
So, what do we do?
We put those passwords and stop the bombs.
We searched Dio, but he doesn't have anything that might be the input device.
I don't think we have it here. I don't remember. It wasn't the control room. So I think we only have the input device in this timeline. Which means we've played them in the correct order, Pog. Well, only one thing to do then.
And that is?
We split up and find it. Unless any of you have other suggestions. A dismissal silence filled the room. Even though no one spoke, I could see despair on every face.
All right. No point sitting around. Until those things actually go off, we've still got a chance. Sigma, you come with me. We're going to have to go look at the number 3 bomb. See if the timer really has started or not. All the rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
What?
Why there?
Just listen. Worst case scenario. We'll open the white doors and go through them to wherever they go. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Understood. We will take them to the Floor B warehouse. Once we've done so, we will begin to search for the input device in the number 2 bomb.
Good. Thanks. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. If I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and shaky smile, and then hurried after her.
The light's flashing. I guess the countdown has started. So, what are we going to do? Without a way to enter the passwords, we're screwed. Right. We'll just have to split up and look for it. I'll look around here, you go check somewhere else. If we get to T-minus 5 minutes, then we'll meet back in the Floor B warehouse. Got it?
I wasn't sure what to say. If we hadn't found it by then, was there really any point in meeting up again?
What's with that look? Don't worry. We'll figure it out, I promise. You know what they say. Swimsuits never quit.
What? No, that's not the thing. And it doesn't make any sense. Besides, why the hell are you cracking jokes right now?
I'm just, trying to show you that life is still worth living. After all, if you quit now, there goes any possibility of you ever seeing me in a swimsuit.
Oh. I see. I'll admit, I am a bit curious.
Alright. Looks like we're on the same page. Hey, get moving. We don't have time to stand around.
Fine. Be careful, alright? I checked the time bomb bracelets, and as I headed out of the crew quarters and into the hallway, it wasn't good news. Damn, only 15 minutes. I need to hurry. I broke into a run. Run, Sigma! Before long, I found myself in front of the infirmary. All too often, what you're looking for is right in front of you. We'd spent a lot of time in the infirmary, so it seemed like fitting somehow it might have been there all along. Or maybe Dio dropped it there recently. There was no way to know. And in any event, I had to start looking somewhere. Infirmary! Luna, you're still here?
Yes. The others are taking the people who are asleep to the white doors. I chose to stay here. I thought you might come back.
Why?
Because the atom is here.
Huh?
I thought you might want to use it. Isn't that why you're here?
What? I mean, yeah, I want to know what's going on with me. It's driving me nuts. Well, I feel sick. But this isn't the time for that. Being a robot isn't going to mean a lot if I die anyway.
Why did you come here then?
Isn't that obvious? I'm trying to find the input thing so we can turn off the bombs.
Really?
Yes, why would I lie?
I see. I seem to have made a mistake. I knew you couldn't use the atom without me, so I stayed behind because I thought I might be able to help. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
She turned and headed toward the exit. Wait. I couldn't just let her leave like that. I sighed. How long would it take?
Not more than 5 minutes or so.
Are you sure? Only 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. Analyze my body. Boop. I lay down on the table. Luna picked up the atom scanner and began to run it across me, slowly and methodically. In a few minutes, she was finished.
That's it. You can get up now.
I sat up on top of the table. The screen was already starting to show my results. So, what does it say? My eyes were glued to her face, looking for any sign of what the answer might be. She studied the readout for several long seconds before replying.
Well... It says you're not a robot. You're human.
I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My relief didn't last long.
But your body isn't entirely human.
What?
You're part machine.
Wait, what are you saying?
Look here. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human. They're made out of a titanium alloy. On top of that skeleton is artificial biological tissue. It's also called ABT. Your arms are cybernetic.
What? What does that mean?
Cybernetic? It means a mechanical system that interfaces with a biological one. You see all these root-like things around the titanium bones? Those are artificial nerves. They're probably connected to your own nerves, which is how you can move your arms. I imagine they allow you to feel things through your arms too.
What? No, this is ridiculous. I think replacing my arms with robot ones is something I'd remember. I don't know, they weren't always like this. When I was a kid, I broke my arm and they took an x-ray of it. The doctor told me I had thick bones, that I must have done something pretty insane to break them. When the hell did this happen? Why did somebody replace my arms? Wait, okay, let's say you're right. My arms are cybernetic. Wouldn't that mean I don't have to worry about the bracelet going off?
No. Unfortunately, you probably do still have to worry about that.
Why?
The cybernetic arms are made to function just like real arms, which means they interface with the rest of your body, which means that anything injected into them is spread to the rest of your body.
How do you know that?
I just do.
That's not an answer.
Yes, you're right, but not everything has an answer. There are some things you just can't explain. Don't
What?
you know how that feels? How did you know about the garden? How did you know that Dio planted the bombs?
That's,
I'm sorry, Sigma. I wish we could talk some more, but our time is up.
time? I pressed the buttons on my bracelet and felt my stomach drop. 1 minute. We've only got a minute left.
Sigma, there's one last thing. I was given very specific instructions.
Sus! I shuddered, not because I was scared of what was about to happen. Because I was scared of Luna. She was calm, unnaturally so, like a machine with a human face. We were about to die. How could she be so calm?
Please pay attention. This is very important. You must be sure to remember it.
Remember? I was about to die. How was I supposed to remember anything?
Should you encounter a two-headed lion devouring the sun, remember. GTF BM L016.
I need to write this smaller. GTF DM. No. DM L 016. What?
With this key, the first gate shall be open to you. There you go. I hope we can meet again someday. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.
What? Before she could answer. We have half of the puzzle! Pog! The world exploded into noise and light, and I disappeared with it. In the field of nothingness. Oh my god, this took forever! The route where I need that is the first route I found. Which end is this? Sigma! This is my ending. There he is. His stupid face. Let's go. Okay, let's end the bomb timeline, shall we? Wait.
Huh?
You only need to search one person.
What? Why?
Skip. Skip. That's your longest skip, holy shit.
What, hoping I might spill the beans? Nice try. Unless one of you is secretly a medium, I think you're shit out of luck.
Oh, Dio, I'll have you know.
Wait, a medium?
Well, I'm out. Peace.
Wait, stop. I threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it into the floor. He struggled, but in all my weight put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
Shit!
Not happening, bitch. How much time do we have left?
25 minutes or so, I believe.
And how much time until the white doors open?
The same.
So, what do we do?
We put the password and stop the bombs.
Search Dio, but he doesn't have a note or anything with the codes on it.
Well, only one option left then.
Yeah, and that is?
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
That's... Are you suggesting we just... guess?
Do you have a better idea?
Well, no, but...
I'm missing
Wait,
a password.
There's another way.
What is it?
Before I can tell you, everyone has to promise to do exactly as I say. No questions. What's your answer?
We all nodded.
Good. First of all, Sigma, you're coming with me. The
Right.
rest of you, listen up. I want you to take Alice, Quark, and Dio to the Floor B warehouse.
Huh?
Why?
Didn't I say no questions? Good. That's it. We're done.
I'm confused. I'm not getting the final password? Huh?
That's... it?
Is there a problem? I seem to recall you promised to do exactly what I told you to do. Okay, we don't have much time left. Now get moving. Sigma, you're with me.
Fi turned without waiting and headed for the door. Fi knows. Fi knows at this timeline. I'm pretty sure she does. There's an ending here where if you betray her, if you betray Fi, you die. And this is the timeline where you know that she'll betray you. So she knows about the timeline shenanigans in this. I gave everyone else the infirmary quick thumbs up and shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? We'll see you back on floor B before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Fi. By the way, after that ending, Luna just went way up in the might be Zero Senior list. Holy shit. I mean, this is a medical research facility. Maybe that's why she has a medical license. She's a scientist, a virologist, specifically. And she's trying to stop Radical 6 and the Myrmidons. Okay, so what do we do?
Get the input device ready.
Alright, done. All looked up and everything.
How many minutes do we have left?
Well, they go from the door open, so... It's incredible how you guess Zero's identity every time in the first minute of gameplay. Yeah, that would be funny.
That means we have 7 minutes per bomb. That includes travel time, though.
Bomb number 2 is in the control room in floor B. Bomb number 1 is also on floor B with the garden. So, we just need to hurry, right?
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do? I mean, I do have some sort of plan, right?
It's not like I don't have one.
Then stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
You need to make a jump.
Jump?
Yeah, to another world. Another history.
I can't.
You didn't just guess that Dio set the bombs, did you? You knew it. Because you remembered it happening in another history, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. But that's, I mean...
Just have to do that again.
So you're saying I need to get to another history and get the password out of Dio somehow?
Doesn't have to be another one. It could be this one. Just go back to the past and question him. Then again, if you do that, you might end up changing things so you don't end up here. That would mean you couldn't deactivate the bombs in this history. So you have to come back to this exact moment, or...
Ah, damn it, this is confusing.
Well, don't think about it then. We don't have time anyway. Just jump.
Okay, I get it. See you later then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time. See. What the fuck is this? What is that? Holy shit. That's long. I'm pretty sure we'll encounter a lock somewhere. And then we can go somewhere else. We still don't even know where the number 0 bomb is. We've never found it. It must be in one of these other timelines. But like, what the fuck? This one was long. This is humongous. Also, why should I have... What should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
My jumps happen suddenly out of the blue. I can't control them.
Neither can I.
That's a problem. Alright, consider this. Maybe we've already jumped from another history to this one. But our memories of that history got damaged or something. We forgot most of what happened in that other timeline. If we can remember even a little bit, though. Anyway, it's just a hypothesis.
Are you saying I might know it already?
Yeah, I feel like we know. So, anything? We need the bomb password. Do you remember hearing it in another timeline?
Yes. A stat on the input device. Password. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. Pog. I forgot which bomb this is, but is it 3? It might be 3. LXQ, LHC, NMR. LXQ, LHC, NMR. There we go. Ta-da!
Good job. It worked.
Phew. I sighed and wiped that, what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from her forehead.
So, you knew the password after all. Interesting.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You heard it in another history?
Yeah.
Just what happened in that other timeline? Never mind. We don't have time for that. How much longer?
18 minutes.
Good. We've still got time. Come on. We've still got 2 more. The number 2 bomb is next on the list.
So we're heading to the control room?
Right. No time to waste. Oh, and don't forget the input device.
Then she was gone. Hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. Oh my god! Ah, this is intense. Holy shit. Holy shit. Doors. Control room. Hoggeroni. I have 2.
You got it?
Yeah, right here.
Hook it up.
Right. Done.
Okay, hurry it up. Plug in the password.
Done. Hey. What the hell?
Calm down. You probably just typed it in wrong.
No way. It should have did
Try
right.
it again.
Yeah, nothing. The password is no good.
Then it's different. All 3 bombs use different passwords.
Yeah, looks like it.
Shit!
Face slammed her foot against the locker. Her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
This is bad. What the hell are we gonna do? Try and remember it. Did you see or hear anything in another history that could be...
You mean like a different history from the one I remembered?
Yeah, you figured it out there. You just can't remember it very well right now. Remember what happened with the last bomb. This one is just like that.
Yeah. Another history. Another history. The password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. I do. The Sussy timeline. In the Sussy timeline, we got the password for the number 2 bomb. EQD DYR NTK. Ta-da! Pog. Problem
Damn, this
is,
crazy.
I know the number 0 password, but not where the bomb is, and I don't know the number 1 bomb password.
So you did know it.
I did. Yeah, guess so.
Don't scare me like that, all right?
Come on, it's Lockley was hiding it. I just couldn't remember it at first, then it just kind of floated up. Oh, maybe it drifted down.
Whatever. Point is, we disarmed the thing. Amazing.
You sure don't sound very amazed.
Okay, that just leaves us with the last bomb.
It's in the garden.
Right. Let's go take care of it while you're on a roll with these things.
God, you make it sound so easy.
Don't just stand there. Let's go.
Run! She spun around and was gone. I gripped the input device slightly and headed off after her. I don't have that password though, that's a problem.
Finally. The last one.
Yeah,
How many minutes left?
9.
It's okay. We can still make it. Just stay calm, all right? You have the input device?
Yeah, there we go, connected.
Okay. We've done this twice already. Do you really need a third pep talk?
Do you want me to remember another password?
Exactly. What else would I be talking about?
But
Don't sweat it. You did great the last 2 times. I'm sure this one will be a cakewalk. 3rd time's the charm, right?
that's not really how that's used. I'm just worried that lightning's not gonna strike twice or thrice in this case, I guess.
No, I think mine still works. There's nothing to suggest the 1st and 2nd times aren't charmed too.
I guess so.
Whatever. Just do it. You're the only person who can.
What about you? You can jump to other words too, right?
Yeah, but I can't remember things as well as you, all right? I'm doing the best I can, but either I haven't seen the stuff you have, or I just can't remember it. Maybe we've been going to different worlds. Anyway,
Yeah, I'll give it a
I'm
shot.
counting on you.
I don't have it. Remember, Sigma. Come on, lightning can strike twice, or even 3 times. You can do it. You did it before. You did it twice before. This is nothing. You're a champion. Come on, Sigma. You can do this. Pull open the door to your memories. Oh. It's in the left timeline. Or the center one. I tried over and over, but it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I had seen other histories, but had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, what good were they?
Sigma, just let it go. Our time's up. This is it. Before it ends, I wanted to tell you thanks. You knew we were about to die, but you still stuck with me. A lot of people wouldn't have done that. You're a good person. There's one more thing. I'm glad I met you. The moment I saw you, you seemed familiar. Anyway, thanks. It looks like our time's almost up. Hopefully the others will make it. There isn't much hope for us, though. I think this is...
Don't you dare say
What?
goodbye. We meet again, somewhere, somewhen. I guarantee it. We can jump through parallel worlds. We can change history. You see, this one right here, I won't let it. This is just the beginning.
Sigma.
Oh, Huggies! Suddenly I felt Phi's face against my chest. I put my arms around her and held tight. Then... F. Okay. The other password is in a timeline where the old lady dies. The timeline where we find Quark lying on the floor. It has to be a center timeline. Okay, let's do this. Center timeline it is. Which one, though? Let's take this one.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Ah, this is the one where my BP drops to 1. -1. Fuck you, Dio. Yeah, I'm remembering
What's wrong with your hand?
my arm is
There's
fake.
something white on it. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human. Your arms are cybernetic.
What the hell is that? I have cybernetic arms? It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course, my arms were artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why. Nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remembered having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I had seen, I was certain it never happened. Those things hardly matter though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms are mechanical, however, it might be useful. I called up all the strength I have left and stood up one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it already?
What?
Did I stutter? Open the number 9 door.
Sigma, what are you saying?
Looks like you finally gave up. Whatever. I was just about to flip the switch anyway.
Then hurry up
Hey,
and...
don't rush me. Okay, you've got 9 BP now, right?
Yes?
Well, what do you say? Want to come with?
I will remain here.
Why?
I cannot abandon Sigma.
Don't worry about me. Go, you have to get that setting call for help.
But
Do you think Dio will? If he's the only one who gets out of here, there's no hope for the rest of us. You're the only one who could count him.
I understand.
Great. Glad we got that settled. Shall we go?
No! Stop!
I began to move, but it was already too late. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down.
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
It's been fun. Peace.
I promise to call for help and return as soon as I can. Please, do not give up hope.
Yeah, I know. Just get going already. But... just 2k.
Huh?
As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched, and calling on every last bit of my strength, my wearied body could supply. I launched myself toward him like a cold spring. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor, and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up.
Hey!
Get fucked, Dio.
What are you doing, you bastard? The door's gonna close. Let go! Let go, goddammit! Let me go!
I lashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders, and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
Hey! What the hell is this shit? Why are you doing this? I kept my promise, didn't I?
Yeah, so did I. As far as I recall, I didn't say anything about letting you escape.
What? Shit! Stop screwing around, asshole! I have to get out of here. I'm not going to let my sacred mission get fucked up by some self-righteous idiot.
He began to pull himself along with his elbows, bit by bit, edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door. The gate was already beginning to close. With only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold and beyond the door.
Sigma! Stop! That's enough! Please, you have to let go!
The door's going to shut on you if you don't let go.
Alright. See you later, dear.
You're an idiot right up until the end, aren't you? Just hurry up and die, you senile old fuck!
Old? No. I'm going to live. What do you mean, old, Dio?
The number 9 door has closed.
What do you mean, old, Dio?
This ends the nonary game.
Sigma just went way up in the might be zero senior list.
Thank you for your participation.
Hold the fuck up.
Game is over. All doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked. Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired, so very, very tired. I felt my eyes flutter closed. And then nothing.
Sigma! Sigma!
Finally awake, huh?
Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant... the infirmary, huh?
I guess they carried you out here after you passed out.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't there to see it. I was out just like you, but I was in the AB room. That
Why?
bastard Kay, he punched me in the stomach. I can't believe him. He didn't want me voting, so...
Whoa, and after he knocked you out, he voted betray, which brought his BP up to 9.
Yes.
So where is he now?
On the other side of the number 9 door. With Dio.
You told him to go, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Is your arm okay? I heard
Arm?
what happened. Cybernetic arms, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. I was starting to get a feeling something was up with you.
I looked down at my left hand. Or rather, I looked down at where my left hand should be. Instead, there was a stub, wrapped in white gauze. I told myself I'd do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me. But I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand. Oh yeah, how's Quark?
I'm right here.
Quark! Man, I'm glad you're alright. Feeling better?
Yep, thanks to you. You got the medicine from that jerk Dio, right? Luna gave it to me, and now I'm better. Thanks. You're the best, Mr. Sigma. You saved my life.
Well, it seemed they'd share stories. They shared stories while I was asleep. I can read, I swear. Don't quote me on this. Everyone knew now how I'd made the deal with Dio, and about the journal we'd found with the Latin in it. Clover and Phi seemed to have done most of the talking.
It was completely the opposite of what we guessed. We're not infected. The rest of the world is. That means this place isn't a quarantine facility. It's more like a shelter.
Well, we don't know anything for sure yet. I thought the same thing you did, but then Sigma pointed out a couple of discrepancies.
Yeah, fine, I have already gone over it, but I explained what I noticed. 1. If we are in a shelter for uninfected people, why'd Quark been infected? Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have lots of safeguards to keeping anything from getting in. Had the virus really bypassed all these measures? It didn't seem likely. 2. The timing of abductions and the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. We didn't know why Zero had put us in the ordinary game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe?
Well, what about this? Maybe someone anticipated the pandemic. I don't know who. Probably Zero. Anyway, they grabbed us before the pandemic really started. Then they put us in the shelter. But then, after a while, he got bored, so he decided to have us play this game to kill time.
Who on earth would make people he rescued play a game where they could just die just because he was bored?
Well, we don't actually know if there is poison in this bracelet. You're
What?
the only one who's gotten injected so far. And when you did, it was only Soparil.
What are you saying? That what I did at the number 9 door was all pointless?
No, that's not what I mean. That can't be it. I'm sure there's tubocurarine in the bracelets. The Atom's analysis confirmed it. But what if the Atom is lying? If you're going to do that, then we don't have anything to base any speculations on. You could say that the newspaper article was fake, or that the Latin journal wasn't real.
Or the journal was real, but my translation was a lie.
You made it up?
No, my translation was accurate. I'm just making the point that once you start talking about this stuff being fabricated, it doesn't stop. I don't think Zero is doing this just to take the piss out of a lime.
What?
I was just trying to stress that I don't think Zero would do this to pass the time.
How do you make that mistake?
However, I do think Clover has half a point. That someone
Meaning?
did anticipate this pandemic. That part seems reasonable.
Well, if the virus was spread on purpose, then I could see how that might make sense. Yeah. It's not like Noah put all the animals on his ark after the flood happened. He went around before the rain started falling to gather them all up, right?
Are you saying that we were rescued because we're all that's left of humanity?
We were brought here because someone knew there would be a pandemic that would turn us into an endangered species? Does that mean we're supposed to repopulate the planet?
Repopulate? Later on I did a quick inventory. Four women, an old man, and a kid. That meant I was the only young, fertile male. Repopulation, huh? That didn't sound so bad. If that was the case, maybe there wasn't any reason to escape. If the newspaper and the journal were right, then the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would you go expose yourselves to that? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth.
The game's over. There's no point to any of this now.
No, that's not true. The game might be over, but we've still got a lot of unanswered questions. In fact, we've got even more questions.
So, are those answers going to open the number 9 door again? It's all over. Why we're stuck here doesn't mean shit. The 8 of us aren't leaving, ever. That's all that matters.
8?
You're including the old woman?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is she?
Hey, you know what? What if the old lady is Zero Senior?
Yeah, you're right. Never even considered
But
that.
that would mean the person in charge of all this was murdered by somebody. That doesn't make sense. Maybe she wasn't murdered. Huh?
Are you saying she was infected with Radical 6? And killed herself?
No. But we didn't find a knife or any kind of weapon in the AV room with her.
Maybe she was killed somewhere else. And then someone carried her in there.
What? That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe we should go take a look at her one more time. Maybe we missed something.
Sure, okay. We looked down at the body of the old woman. Fire was the first to move. Quietly and methodically, She began to examine the woman and her clothes and just stood there. Even if she was dead. No, especially because she was dead. I didn't feel right touching her. After a few silent minutes, Fi suddenly stopped. She pulled something from one of the old woman's sleeves and held it out toward me. Oh my god! It is Akane! Akane Kurashiki. It is her! And if Tenmyoji really knows her, if he's been upset at her death, he is Junpei.
Looks like an ID card for this place. Since it's got her picture on it, I'd say it's a safe bet the card is hers.
Huh. Looks like her name is Kurashiki. Ever had it before?
Nope. You?
Nope. Anything on the back? Password is Jumpy Doll. There's something written here. It says Jumpy Doll.
Well, actually it says pass equals Jumpy Doll. So I'm guessing Jumpy
Jumpy.
Doll is a password of some sort.
I'm writing this down. It might be this. Jumpy Doll. What the hell does that mean?
Beats me.
Looks handwritten. She must have put it on here by herself, so she wouldn't forget it.
Yeah.
We were still looking the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
Alice, what's wrong? Alice!
Oh no!
What are you planning to do with that?
Fine, I turned around and gasped.
Damn it!
We ran into the other end of the room and skidded around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. Quark. She looked just like Quark had before he went insane. What that meant.
Goodbye.
Don't do it. Don't fucking do it, Alice. Her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, then driving it down toward her heart. Uh-oh! Goodbye, Alice. Not again. Why is there so many endings where she dies? But oh my god, I was right. I was right. And Akane was meant to play the Nonary game. But why her? Is she Zero again? Is Quark right? No. That'd be too easy. She has no reason to be Zero. Not again. Those infected by Radical 6 eventually develop a powerful urge to commit suicide. Suddenly, Clover moved. I leapt forward and clamped my hand around her wrist.
What are you doing?
Clover, listen to me. Alice wasn't killed. Nobody murdered her. She took her own life.
What? No. No. There's no way she'd do that.
It's true. She stabbed herself in the heart with a scalpel.
All right. Where'd she get the scalpel then?
Well,
I did hear someone come into the infirmary right after the AB game ended.
Was that before I showed up?
Yes, I got up to see who it was, but they were already gone. It could have been Alice.
So she could have taken the scalpel then.
Yes, I think so.
You're lying! This is all a lie! It has to be!
It's not, it's the
Then
truth.
why did she do it? Why would Alice kill herself?
She probably didn't have a reason.
What?
She'd been infected with Radical 6. That's what killed her.
You just said she killed herself! Just tell me the truth! Then
I am.
prove it! Your 10 seconds ran out a long time ago. So if you don't have any proof...
I do. I have proof. There was a journal in the lab, wasn't there, Kay? Show it to me.
Journal?
It would have been in the safe.
Ah, well, Alice would have it then.
Fi, can you... I don't feel like we're touching a dead woman's body. Could you take a look? Okay, so... Timelines that have been completed is almost all of them. There's this one. And there's this one. You know what's interesting? I think Alice is dead in all of the left timelines. So the true ending cannot be here. Because for the true ending to be there, Alice would need to be alive.
Sure.
Her hands barely shook as she quickly searched through Alice's clothing. It was only seconds before she stopped. Slowly and carefully, she drew something out. There it was, a journal. Fi turned to hand it to me, but I shook my head. You read it. It's in Latin. I can make heads or tails of it. She cocked an eyebrow at me and flipped the small book open. When she looked back up at me, it was with both suspicion and surprise.
Yeah, it is Latin. But translating this is impossible. It's full of words I've never heard before. I can barely understand any of this.
Page 216.
Huh?
Turn to page 216. You should be able to read that one. Fi's frown deepened, but as she did it, as I suggested, her watched her eyes quickly scanned the page before looking up at me with renewed suspicion.
Yeah, I can read this page. How did you know? No, wait. How did you even know there was a journal in the lab?
I just knew.
You just knew. Come on.
Look, just read it, okay? Clover wants to hear what it has to say, right?
Yeah.
Right. Give me a moment to look it over.
After a few moments of whispering to herself in Latin, Fi began to translate, paraphrasing the contents of the journal. Radical 6 reduces the processing speed of the brain by a factor due to the root of 1/6. One of the symptoms of Radical 6 infection is an overwhelming urge to commit suicide. Research has shown that it would probably respond to the right sort of antiviral medication, but none has been able to develop yet. Nearby towns are filled with the corpses of people who took their own lives. The unaffected have only barely managed to survive, and have been sent to underground shelters supervised by the government.
Oh Lord, please. Let their future be a bright one.
Fi shut the journal with a soft slap. A sickly silence drifted through the room. The newspaper article, the recording, the conversation with Tenryuji, now this journal entry. There was no more hiding from the truth. The pandemic had already happened. All of Clover's rage suddenly dissipated, and she collapsed to the floor, tears pouring down her face. None of us had the heart to say anything, and for several long moments, the only sound in the room was Clover's sobs. I still can't believe I was right about Akane.
We've got a problem.
For once in my life, my name memory hasn't betrayed me. Ah, it feels so good.
It's almost time for the primary doors to open.
Yeah, only 10 minutes left.
Sorry, but I'll be taking Alice's bracelet. Vi and I won't be able to open the secondary door without it.
So she was a magenta pair, just like me.
Just now noticed that, did you?
As he spoke, Dio grabbed the bracelet off the floor and dropped it into his pocket.
What color is your bracelet, Luna?
I'm a cyan pair.
You are part of Clover's pair, then. That means the two of you will need to come with me.
I guess so. Come on now, Clover. We need to go. Alice would want you to survive, wouldn't she? You'll never be able to figure out why all this happened if you stay here. Please.
You're right. Alice, I promise I'll find out what happened to you. I'll figure out who Zero really is. I mean, if you'd never been locked up in here, you never would have... This never would have happened.
Maybe she would have died long ago, Clover. You don't know that.
So it's like Zero killed you. I promise. I'll avenge you.
Clover stood up and rubbed her hands roughly over his eyes, smearing tears across her cheeks. Then with a determined frown, she strode off to the room, out of the room. I can't read.
Alright, we're out of time. Move, people.
You guys head on down to the Floor B warehouse. We'll catch up with you later.
Alright, Quark's got the yellow bracelet, which makes him your partner, right?
Yeah, can't exactly leave him behind.
Without him, we'd end up stuck in the IV room. Okay, let's go. We'll see the rest of you once we picked up Quark.
Very well. Until we meet again.
Let's go get Quark. I mean, travel time isn't too awfully long on this complex.
Quark, you're awake!
Yeah, I just woke up. Hey, where's everybody else?
Oh god. Quark.
Tenmyuji's entire body shook with emotion as he drew closer to him. He cautiously laid a trembling hand on the boy's shoulder, almost as if he were afraid Quark would disappear in a puff of smoke the moment he was touched. When Quark proved to indeed be corporeal, Tenmyuji let out a cry and threw his arms around him.
What's wrong? Are you okay, Grandpa?
It's nothing. Nothing's wrong. I'm fine.
But...
Quark gave him a puzzled look. Tenmyuji didn't even notice. His face was a mixture of happiness and relief, and I could see tears twinkling from the wrinkled corners of his eyes. All traces of his unusual gruff stoicism had vanished. He didn't want to interrupt such a happy reunion, but we were running out of time. Still, Tenmyuji deserved a few minutes. I left them alone. At last, Tenmyuji seemed to recover and shifted from an embrace to a protective arm around the shoulder.
So, how are you feeling?
Feeling? Well, okay, I guess. Was I sick or something?
No. You're not sick. If you feel fine, then you're fine.
Huh?
I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you involved in all this.
What are you apologizing for?
Sorry.
You're doing it again. Are you sure you're okay? So, where's everybody else? Mr. Sigma's here, but he's just been standing there looking kinda silly.
Oi! I gave him a nervous smile and explained about the right doors. I got the feeling Tenmyuji didn't want to know about Reticle 6. I avoided any mention of it. Alice's death was something I also left for later.
Okay, that makes sense. That means I'm on a team with you guys, right?
Right.
So, these white doors, when are they gonna open?
Well, we've got about 4 minutes until the primary doors open.
Oh, that's not good. We need to hurry. Come on! How do we get to the Floor B warehouse?
Okay, we're going.
Follow me. Ah, Quark is so cute when he's not trying to off himself. He's such a good boy. And we got his ending. It was one of the weirder endings to be attributed to Quark of all people, but... yeah. We're getting endings, hog. And it's not endings where we just die for once. Woo! I mean, it's still endings where we die, but...
Chromatic doors have opened.
Still, I think it's weird that the Quark ending is the ending where Alice just dies and then it's over.
5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
You're late. Where the hell have you been? Quark?
You're awake!
And fully recovered, apparently.
I am also relieved to see you well again.
Me too.
Well, wait a minute. What are you talking about?
I looked out at the others from behind Quark and held a warning finger up to my lips. There were a few momentarily raised eyebrows and some nervous coughing as everyone suddenly fell silent.
Huh?
Hi, Tarishan! Command received. Command executed. From Quark's perspective, it must have seemed especially odd.
Anyway, there isn't any time left. We need to hurry.
But there are 3 doors.
Which team goes in which door?
All of the doors are identical for this round. I believe it doesn't matter which team uses which door.
Then we're taking the one in the middle.
Why that one?
You want a kill shot, you aim for the center. You're more likely to just miss the extremities.
That logic is flawed and more than slightly disturbing.
Indeed. It is because he's an asshole.
Argument, so center door it is.
I suppose we could go with the one on the left. Is that okay? I mean, we could go with the other one if you want.
Ken Clever only nodded.
Well, there's only one left.
The door on the right.
Ah, this is super interesting. We finally we get to play one of the white doors. There's only 3 rooms in here.
Any objections?
Oh, it's been so long.
All right, let's move.
A new puzzle.
30
We've
seconds remain.
been in novel sections exclusively for 3 hours. Holy shit.
Hurry it up, Vi. This thing's gonna close.
I know.
We've had 3 hours of just
It's
story.
time
What the
we
fuck
were
is
going as
this?
well.
Right. Sure.
And it's not like there's a lot of duplicate dialogue in here. I skipped everything we've already seen.
Right behind you.
I forgot to read that out. Come on, guys. There's no time to waste.
Let's go.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Ta-da! Oh, I think it's raining outside. There was thunderstorms. Right, this room. That is the fucking computer that is haunting me. What's this place?
Probably the office of whoever it is that's running this place.
It said director's office on the door.
So this might be Zero Senior's office.
Maybe, or maybe not.
Well, which is it?
Why the hell would I know?
We should look around. If this really is Zero Senior's room, there might be some clues.
Yeah, you got a point. Let's get started then. Oh, it's been so long. Balloon! Balloon, you want a Quark? I don't need a balloon. I'm not a kid. You are, though. Really? How old are you? I'm 20. What? No way. Gotcha! A globe! That's the save. Ah, now this is brandy. Fear Perrin's 200-year-old reserve. You can tell that just by looking at it. I can smell it. That's some nose you've got there. Hey, here, just let me have a taste. I don't think so. How can you be so cruel? Well, putting the expensive brandy on the coaster didn't seem to do anything. The laser beam just went through it. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? If you keep frying it with that laser, you're gonna ruin the brandy. Pull it out of there right now. I love you, Junpei. Now that I know that is probably your name. What's this? Checked it out earlier, but I think it's just a business card holder. Business card holder? Yeah. It's a file we can put business cards. They've all got these weird shapes on the back. I think maybe if you line them up in a particular way, then you get some sort of hint. Well, I guess we can give it a shot. Oh, interesting. So that makes 00. But we don't know the order. Maybe it's just alphabetical. No, that can't be. Later. Oh, what do we have here? Haven't seen a computer in this old in a while. There's something on the screen. Is that a lion eating a hamburger? It is the sun, Quark. It is driving me insane. I really don't think so. I think the lion got 2 heads. Looks like a monster from Greek mythology or something. Looks like it's asking for an ID and a password underneath the lion. Huh. The keyboard doesn't seem to be working though. I guess we can't enter anything. Oh, so that's not part of the puzzle. What is this? Not the training machines you see in late-night infomercials? I think it's a facial recognition device. You put your hands on either side and hold your face in front of the lens. Then it checks your face against whatever it's got in its database. Huh. How did you know that? I'm in the salvage business. Every so often, one of these babies shows up. It doesn't look like it's turned on. Yeah, nothing happens when I put my face in front of it. There's something to the right of the lens over there. Looks like an awful lot like a keyhole. We've got a key for it. Okay, let's keep looking. Ah, this is cheap, Randy. I'll go this bad should even exist. So I think it's best if I dispose of it safely with my... I'll be taking that. Tried putting the good brandy in the coaster, but... Looks like a tablet. Does it work? Nope. Empty slot. No batteries. Okay. Library analysis. Interesting. Alright. What are you? Man, the safe is really big. There'll be like $100 billion in there. You're such a kid. Maybe they're just hiding something they really don't want people to see. Like some videos? I'm not sure I like the way you said that. Let's just open it up and find out. I don't think. See? Is it locked? Yeah. Circular input panel. Pressure exchange chamber doors, yeah. Alright. I don't have the code though. Look at the globe. Globe? What about that globe? I think someone glued a piece of paper to it. Oh! Oh, very good. Oh my gosh! Thank you, Quark! White, blue, yellow, purple, green, magenta. Okay. White cyan, I think. Yellow, purple. Green, magenta. There we go, easy. Okay, how about your dinner? Good job, you did it. Well, nice work. Very impressive. Let's have a look inside. $100 billion. Videos. Yeah. Ah. Sorry, guys. Looks like all we got is a binder and a deer? So a bind deer? What the hell is this? Zero's just making fun of us. Are these looking at me, Grandpa? Back up, it's just a fake. Alright, binder. 2 pieces of paper. Okay. Got that. Very nice. Hang the deer. Well, electrical. Yeah. I think you're supposed to insert something into it. Like what? With the deer. Yes, that's it. Remember how there are 2 pegs on the back of the mount? I bet they fit perfectly. Give it a try. Well, looks like you're right. That's an E. This is probably an H. Yeah, that's an H. This is going to be an L. Vacuuming robots. You got me. Looks like a machine of some sort. I don't think so. What is this? Nope, no luck. Ah, nothing. Might as well give up. What if I put the cheap brandy on that coaster? Ah! Look, the laser beam, it's bending all around inside the bottle. Laser beam is circling parallelogram in the brandy bottle. Interesting. That's an H right there. And this is an E. Interesting. This needs a key. I'm missing an element to interact with once I have the stuff, though. Like, I have the brandy keys. The brandy code. So to speak. What's in the archive, though? Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Michael, Ian. Perfect. Okay. Bob, Chris, John, Tony, Michael, Ian. Bottom one is inverted. Carol likes being on the left. Anne prefers to be near Bob. Alan would like to be above Anne. Sophie likes to be on the very right. Kate likes to be next to Michael. Yeah. Kate likes to be next to Michael. That would be there or over here. Yeah, that makes more sense. Let me swap these. And then let me swap these two. Can't swap John out of there. Is he even in the right spot? He is. And okay. Near Bob. Carol likes being on the left. She is. Sophie likes to be on the very right. She is. Maybe her slot is wrong. No, it doesn't seem to be. I need to swap this one. Oh, there we go. Perfect. I think this is right. Now look at the other side. Maybe the shapes look something like something now. Okay. Book 334. What does it mean? Well, a book is a bunch of pieces of paper that are bound together with... I know what a book is. Book 334. There's a screen boat. Starting up, please wait. Does it do anything? Yeah, book 334. Wait. Remember? Yeah, the book is the order 334. Yeah. The bookshelf. Bottle of expensive pen. I think the red pen on this bottle has something to do with that section of the wall. Okay, hard to tell what it is from here though. Suit of armor. Using the helmet. Some red paint on the neck and shoulder. So stuff like that. It's not blood. Being in a room with a headless suit of armor is creepy enough. Oh, slingshot. And the spear? Oh, I'm pretty sure I can use the... I can probably use that here. Yeah. Ah, it opened. It's a key. A small key. Probably for this. Look, you managed to turn it on. Alright, well, give it a face to look at. Damn, none of our faces work. Face off recognized. Gender mismatch. What does it mean by gender mismatch? Maybe it says it needs a girl. But there's only 3 of us, none of us are women. Well, maybe we should dress Quark up like a girl. No way! Why did you dress up then? No, just thinking about that is making me want to puke. Besides, do you see a wig or makeup or anything around here? How would any of us dress up like a woman anyway? No, I don't. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe... what is it? Did you have an idea? Well, it can't hurt to try. Yeah, definitely worth a shot. How long has he had that in his pocket? Looks like a piece of paper. No, it's a picture. But yeah, I remember him looking at it in the infirmary. I guess it's worth a shot. Huh? What? Whoa, oh my gosh, it's like we're in the villain's secret lair. I didn't think that would happen. Guess the recognition worked. Yeah. So who is this girl? Hey, stop! Hiya, Kane. She's just a girl. Is she your granddaughter? No. Well, who is she then? Ugh. Damn it, fine, you've already seen her after all. Her name is Akane Kurashiki. I've been looking for her for a long time. Why? Because she's his first... It is him! No, you've got it wrong. But you carry that picture everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen you leave it somewhere. And when you don't think anybody's watching, you talk to it. I've seen you do it. Did Maki for a hopeless romantic, Tenmyuji? Look, it's not about love. I'm not a goddamn romantic. Okay. You don't want to talk about her. I get it. But how did the others solve the room? Hey, helmet. How did the others solve the room? Does it just take any woman? Yes, that suits him. Ah. Laser beam sinking parallelogram of the brandy bottle. Yeah. I know. Eat the door. Must be feeling pretty tired, Miji. But the excitement can be easy for someone of your age. Why don't you sit down for a bit? I'm not so old, I need the likes of you worrying about me. That's so. Well, I think I just have a seat then. Huh? What's that? You think maybe it's an eye watching us? I don't think so. I think it's a target. Like a bullseye? Yeah. You're supposed to shoot it. Don't be an idiot. You've already got what you need. Yeah, I do. Okay, just use the slingshot to... Whoa, hold on there. You usually have something to fire? No, I guess I don't. With mind bullets? It's called telekinesis, Sigma. Anyway, I figured that'd slip your mind, like everything else. Here, grab this off the floor earlier. Take it. Oh, this is the key we used to start the facial recognition device. Thanks, man. I guess I don't have to use my special psychic powers after all. Here goes. Aiming. 3, 2, 1, fire! H-E-L. A mounted deer. The paint looks like an E. Bookshelf. Paint looks like an H. A suit of armor, complete with helmet. With the helmet on, the paint on the armor and the helmet looks like an L. I think it's going to go back into the wall. Put the damn thing and find out. Alright, I guess I should start by sitting in the chair. And I pull the lever. Here I go. Battery. Help. Looks like I have a choice. Ha! Looks like you got the table to turn. Look, something showed up the screen. Help. You did it! Good work, Sigma. Oh, what's this? Looks like the password for the safe. Okay, nice. I want the secret password, though. It changed. It looks like a puzzle. It is. It's a silhouette puzzle called a tangram. Oh, nice. I think I need to make that parallelogram. So it needs to become this. Got it. I should start with these two, because they are the biggest pieces. Just align them something like this. And then just start filling out the shape with other pieces. Yeah, this is the shape I'm going for. So I guess maybe I'm doing this in the wrong order? Wrong way around? I'm pretty sure I need to make that parallelogram. But I don't think I'm using these correctly. I think it's a bit too small too. So what if I put this back up and I rotate them like this? I use the big edge of the triangle. It's gonna leave it somewhere else. Triangle parts are always great. If I rotate the triangle like this... No. Like this, rather. And then put it here. I can make a straight edge up here. I can then use that. Because with the other one... rotate it on the in the same way. Then maybe this. Like here. Put this here. I don't know how exact it has to be. Put you there. Oh, but this one is skewed. Hold up. No, that doesn't seem right yet. Maybe let's use this triangle as the lower edge. And this is part of the upper edge. Because then we have a slanted side that we can slot this into. Yeah, there we go. Ta-da! Oh yeah! That was amazing! How did you do it? The puzzle was really hard. Well done, Sigma. That was pretty impressive. So what do we get? Look, there's something on the screen. IILP. Ah, well, IILP. Ta-da! And that is this puzzle section dealt with. Phew, looks like it worked. Good job. That was awesome. The screen changed. Moon, sun, sun. Got it. Moon, sun, sun. Save. Ta-da! Secret file obtained. Good job, it opened. Good work. Director's office. Sun, sun, moon. And there we go. Now, reveal thy secrets, save. Yeah, let's open. Looks kind of empty this time. There's only two things in here. First we've got the star key. I guess take one, I'll take the other. Right. We repair, so we only need one for the two of us. The other thing is the key as usual. Yes, now we can get out of here. Great. No point sitting around. The door lock. It says lock right now. You guys ready? Yeah. Go for it. Alright. 3, 2, 1.
No! Damn it!
What's wrong?
I left something in the director's office.
What was it?
The picture. Ugh, how could I forget it?
Oh yeah, you must have set it down after using the face recognition thing.
Yeah, I'm going back. You two go on ahead to the warehouse.
I want to come with you.
Me too.
Nah, that's fine. Why don't you head back to the warehouse, Sigma? The others are probably already waiting.
Alright, I'll see you two later then.
Bye, Mr. Sigma.
Bye Quark, bye Tenmyuji. Bye Junpei. I know who you are, finally. I watched them jog off toward the blue door. And then they were gone. I guess I should be getting back then. I stepped into the warehouse. Slaps the empty plate. I'm back. The day of slappage. It is here. Pog. So, we have received more confirmation about Junpei's identity. He's literally carrying a picture of Akane as a child around with him. And he says he's been trying to find her for a while now. Quark then said because she was his first love, which he then vehemently denied. And also said it's complicated. I'm pretty sure he's looking for her because of what happened in the nunnery game. Which means he's 100% Junpei. Let's go. Kane Luna. Find Clover. And Dio. The moment Dio spotted me, he dashed over to the rightmost AB room and slid his card through the reader. Ding!
An ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until ambidex game polling closes.
What the fuck? As he turned to look at me, I swore I saw a flash of a smug grin.
There. Happy? This time I waited for you to get back before I opened it. You see? I can be considerate.
But then Eugene and Quark aren't here.
Yeah, where are they?
I guess they forgot something back in the room we found. Ran back to grab it real quick.
And they'll be here in a few minutes. No big deal.
While we waited, we exchanged information about the rooms we'd investigated. Unfortunately, none of it seemed very useful. None of us had found anything. And we were no closer to unraveling any of the increasing number of mysteries we were faced with. With that discussion exhausted, we sat down to wait. This could still be longer, theoretically. I wonder if we're going to run into another roadblock here, or if... But we found 2 more of the endings that we're missing. Before long, 20 minutes had passed since Dia opened the door, and Tin Muji and Quark were nowhere in sight.
Don't you think they're taking a little long?
Yes, I'm getting worried. What if something happened to them?
I'll go have a look.
Then I shall accompany you.
Nah, it'll be fine. It's not that far away.
Just don't look into the abyss too long, or you might become a monster.
I don't think... Okay. Look, I'm not just going to the director's office. I'll be right back, no big deal. Right, see you guys later. I gave a quick goodbye wave and stepped out of the warehouse. The plot thickens. The thickening of the plot has commenced. Director's office. What am I going to walk in on? The director's office, the bane of my existence. Huh? That's odd. There's nobody here. The picture's gone though. Tin Muji and Quark must have been here then. I laid out the floor beamer. They must have taken the door that faces the warehouse. After that, they probably went through the warehouse and out of the blue door to the elevator. Yeah, that's a much shorter route. On the other hand, I came through the red door, which is kind of a long way around. Looks like we managed to miss each other perfectly. Well, this was a huge urge of time. Shoot, might as well head back, I suppose. I picked up the map as I would head toward the door when... Huh? There was light on where there hadn't been a light before. What? Why is that thing on? We messed with it earlier, but nothing seemed to work. I felt a sudden wave of inexplicable, nauseating dread. The light stared at me. I swallowed and edged cautiously toward it. Is it a teleporter? The machine was in arm's reach now. I stretched my hand out toward it, slowly.
So, you finally made it.
No, you're...
I am Zero.
Hi!
I was the one who brought you here. You undoubtedly have as many questions for me as there are stars in the sky. As you can see, however, this is only a recording. I will therefore be unable to directly answer any questions. Ask if you wish, but I cannot respond.
I considered taking a swing at him, but I decided that was spectacularly futile and kept my bald fist at my side.
Now, where to begin? There are many things I wish to tell you, but unfortunately, our time is limited. As such, the information I can provide is also limited. I have chosen 2 things of great importance to tell you. First, I will tell you about termites. In retrospect, I suppose that's a rather odd thing to say. I imagine you look rather bewildered right now. Perfectly understandable. The person who kidnapped you and threatened you with death is lecturing you about insects. I suspect it hardly seems fair. Nonetheless, this is very important. In a way, it will determine your fate. So I ask that you listen carefully. Have you ever seen a termite mound? They are splendid structures. Some might even call them works of art. Termites are natural architects, and their mounds are both structurally sound and make excellent use of space. So, are they following some sort of plan as they build? Are there termite blueprints, detailing which room goes where? No, of course not. Each termite is simply an oblivious cog in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of termite DNA. It is doubtful an individual termite has any idea what its contributions are helping to create. But a human does. We can appreciate the elegant forms of their alien cathedrals. We can see the simple beauty of their perfect functionality. We can understand the splendid planning of their structure. In other words, only an intelligence of a higher order can understand the beauty of what the termite builds. Now, consider humans. Why are we alive? Why do we love and give birth? Why do we create? From where do our cultures spring? There are many theories, but no one knows the truth. We are oblivious cogs in a tremendous machine programmed by millions of years of human DNA. No doubt you see now what this analogy is supposed to illustrate. Yes, I mean to say humans are not different from termites. We trudge through our lives with no greater understanding of our ultimate goal. You might say we don't understand what we're building. Only an intelligence of a higher order than ours can understand what we're doing. Imagine how we might look to such an intelligence. We may be building some structure so perfect and elegant, we can't even perceive it. Whatever it is, we've likely been building it on a dimension just above the ones we know since time immemorial. If we are like the termites, then what we've created is almost certainly something of tremendous beauty. And you are about to catch a glimpse of it. Or have you already? Well, that's enough on that subject, I think. Consider what I've said. Now, let's move on to the second topic.
He's wearing a bracelet. Also, everyone has been calling Sigma old. Sus.
It is somewhat more immediately meaningful to your life, and, in fact, the lives of several billion other people. I realize this is rather sudden, but I have a password for you. It is the password to disarm the bomb, numbered 1.
Bomb?
Are you ready? I will only say this once, so pay close attention. The password to disarm the number 1 bomb is BQZ. RGJ DXR.
RGJ. That looks like a B. D. XR, right? Yes. I had no idea what he was talking about. Bomb. What was he saying? There was a bombs too? If he'd guessed that by future confusion, he showed no sign of it.
That is the last of the information this message was meant to convey. Before I go, however, I have a warning. You cannot tell any of your companions what you heard or saw here. If you do, you will be penalized immediately. I hope we will meet again someday. We would have much to discuss.
Wait, goddammit, you can't just spout all that crap and disappear. I felt myself yelling at empty air. The hologram had disappeared. Ah! What kind of idiot does he take me for? Termites? Other dimensions? How could that have anything to do with kidnapping us? Shit! I kicked out at a nearby shelf.
10 minutes remain until all players Please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Oh crap, I need to get back. Not like there's any point in staying here. I spun around and ran out of the room, toward the warehouse. There it is! We found
Grandpa,
it!
look! Mr. Sigma's back!
Took you long enough.
Where are the
In
others?
the AB rooms.
They went in already?
Yep.
Why didn't you two? Have you been waiting for me?
Yeah! Grandpa said there was something he had to tell you before we voted, no matter what.
Nothing that significant. Just wanted to tell you we're going to choose ally this round. That's it.
And you had to tell me that no matter what? Seems kinda pointless. I mean, words are cheap. You can promise whatever you want.
True, but we've got something to back it up. Just hear me out.
Okay, go ahead.
Quark and I both have 8 BP. We're already on the home stretch. So what do we need to get to the magic number? Well, we need you to choose ally. If you do that, it doesn't really matter to us what we pick.
You'd get to 9, whether you got 2 or 3 points.
Exactly. That being the case, we don't have any reason, and if we both choose ally, we both gain points.
True, but you must have considered that I'll choose Betray. That would mean you choose Betray to protect yourself.
But that's why we're telling you we won't choose Betray.
Mm-hmm.
Can I trust you?
Of course.
Alright, tell me one thing. Let's say we do this, and both ally. Everybody gets 2 points. That means you and Quark will have enough to leave, which is great for you. But I'll be stuck with a measly 5. How do I know you aren't going to just open the number 9 door and leave us in the lurch?
I can guarantee it. I
How?
can give you my word. I will not open the number 9 door, even if I have enough points to do so. I swear it. We aren't going to abandon everybody else just so we can escape.
I swear too. I promise.
Nice. I trust Quark. Man. So all you've got is a promise, huh?
When I make a promise, I keep it.
You do indeed. You do indeed, Junpei.
Trust me.
You do. It's so good to have him back.
Please! You've got to trust us!
Alright, fine. I trust you.
2 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
We're counting on you, Sigma.
You gotta choose ally! You promised!
With that, they turned and ran to the AB room, second from the right. Well, I guess I should get. I guess I should get moving. The third round will be the star round. Will it not? Ta-da! We've actually gotten to the Ambidex game.
1 minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
I think these are actually just 1 each for the different outcomes. I had a decision to make. Should I trust Quark and Tenmyuji? Well, I could believe they were telling the truth and still betray them. That would bring my BP to 6. I'd be that much closer to 9. And choosing Betray would guarantee that they wouldn't try and escape without the rest of us. Betrayal seemed like the safe bet, but...
Please! You've gotta trust us! You've gotta choose ally! You promised!
Tenmyuji, I could betray easily enough, but Quark? What the hell was I going to do?
10 seconds remain until Ambidex game polling closes. 9, 8,
7,
6, 5,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1. Ally. Boop.
Round 3. of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening. Results from round 3 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Of course. Come on!
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
11. Hey, what the hell, guys? Why do you betray me?
Quark had nothing to do with this. I made the vote.
Grandpa.
Alright, fine. Why did you break your
I
promise?
only promised you one thing. We wouldn't open the number 9 door, even if we got 9 points.
What? So you're not going to leave?
Not what I said. Of course we're going to leave. Look,
What?
see Clover over there?
What? Don't tell me. Oh no! We are dead anyway! How would I have guessed? So if I vote betray, I'll just get them stuck here, oh no.
Jeez.
That bitch!
Wait. Quark and Tenmyoji have...
The words were barely out of their mouth when Tin Beauty and Quark ran past.
No! God damn it!
Now 3 of them get out. Pog!
Clover, are you really going to leave? Well, yeah. Why else would I open the door?
But why?
I'm going to go call the others, so we can capture Zero Senior.
Tenmyoji, are you and Quark going too?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Sorry, everybody.
So Sigma, happy? I kept my promise. Clover opened the door, not me.
Like hell I'm happy. That's some shady shit, Tenmyoji.
Say so. I have to get out of here, and that's that. He's got to pay for what he's done.
He?
Zero.
You mean you know who Zero Senior is?
Yeah, no point keeping it a secret now, I suppose. I know exactly who Zero Senior is.
What?
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Let's go. Come on, guys. Time to move.
Right.
Oh, wait! This is for you, Mr. Sigma.
Quark held something out. I looked down to see 2 pieces of folded paper. What is this?
It's a letter. I wrote it in the director's office before the AB game. I wanted to tell you what kind of guy Grandpa is. So, read it, okay?
He pressed it into my hand.
See you later, Mr. Sigma.
Then he turned and ran toward the door, Tenmyoji and Clover following in his footsteps. I was so surprised by the letter I didn't even try to stop them, before I could think of anything to say.
See you.
Goodbye.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked. Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
Shit, they're gone.
All we can do now is hope they bring help back.
Indeed.
I agree.
I looked down at Quark's letter and slowly unfolded it. His handwriting was still slightly uneven, but he filled both pages with writing and began to read. It was a really stormy day when he found me. He said the rain was coming down so hard it almost hurt. But somehow he managed to hear a baby crying. I guess I must have been crying pretty loud. He took me home and did his best to raise me, but he'd never been married or had a kid before, so I think it was really hard for him. He couldn't figure how to mix the formula, so he was always carrying the directions around with him. Also, I was pretty picky eater, so if he didn't get the water to formula ratio just right, I wouldn't eat it. I guess I was kind of a pain, huh? But he didn't give up, and now here I am. Where he found me was, when he found me, I was really, really small, and he was worried that I might not make it. That's why he named me Quark. A quark is really, really small, and I was really, really small too. Grandpa didn't need to worry though, because it turned out that I was pretty tough. When I was 1, he forgot I was sleeping in the bed of his truck and drove off. I rolled out and went off the back, but I didn't even get stretched. I started walking when I was 2. And when he wasn't looking, I fell down the stairs. I didn't get hurt then either. When I was 3, I got really sick. I had a super high fever for a week, but eventually I got better. Guess you could say I'm pretty lucky. Anyway, I didn't really have any more accidents after that. I was a pretty healthy kid. By the time I was 6, I'd started helping Grandpa out with his work. His job was to gather junk from abandoned buildings. Then he'd fix it up, or pull out the useful parts and sell them. There were plenty of abandoned buildings, but finding good stuff in them was hard. You had to know which parts were useful, or you could end up wasting a bunch of time. Every time I'd find something, he'd explain to me what it was. How it was supposed to work, how to fix it, all sorts of things. Usually though, I just wanted to finish up work so I could go to the theater. The theater came to a town once a week in a wagon. They'd show old news or movies. I went every single week, but Grandpa only went once in a while, and he'd only go weeks when they showed movies. Oh yeah, I didn't know what I'd been adopted until I was 7. One of the other kids on my block told me. I guess after Grandpa found me. He looked all over town to try to find somebody who'd take me. The kid from my block actually had a mom, and he'd asked her if she would take me too. Gotta admit, I was pretty shocked when I heard that. There weren't a lot of kids with parents around, so I was hearing that some with its actual mom was pretty impressive. I was also kind of surprised that Grandpa had tried to get someone else to take me. Did that mean he didn't want me? The kid who told me about Grandpa trying to get rid of me was a real jack. He was totally spoiled, and he'd brag to everybody about how he had a mom. He liked to come up to me while I was working and say stuff like, "Must be hard not having a mother." What a dick! It had never bothered me before, but after I found out that Grandpa had adopted me, I started to think that maybe he didn't really want me. If I could work on my own, then he could get rid of me. I was scared to know the truth, so I never asked him. Then one day he took me to a bar in our neighborhood. During the day, of course. He went there sometimes to drink scotch, but I'd never gone before. When we got in, he just walked up to the counter with a grumpy old look he has and thought, "Oh no, he's gotta make me work here," but I was wrong. I saw him pass something to the bartender, and then he picked me up and set me down on a stool next to the counter. The stool was pretty high, especially for a 7-year-old kid, and my legs just dangled off of it. It seemed really, really high to me, and I was pretty nervous. Eventually the bartender came back over with a glass of scotch and another big glass full of something else. As I looked closer, I realized the second glass was full of some sort of brown liquid with a scoop of ice cream in it. It took me a minute to realize what it was. A root beer float. I'd never seen one before. I was so surprised. Root beer was even more expensive than the nicest alcohol in the bar. To me and the other kids, it seemed more like an urban legend than a real drink. But there it was, right in front of me. I stared at the float. I still wasn't sure it was real at that point, and then turned to look at Grandpa. He looked back at me. I didn't know what to do, so I turned to the bartender. He'd already turned around and moved off, though, so I figured he must have put the glass down in front of me on purpose. It still didn't seem like it could be real, and I was just staring at it when Grandpa told me to hurry up and drink it before the ice cream melted. His gruff voice sounded like an angel's. Is this really mine? He nodded. Words can't describe how awesome it was. I'd never tasted anything like root beer before. The creamy sweetness of the ice cream made my entire hand feel light. I felt like the luckiest boy in the whole world. That's not an exaggeration. I had really thought that. The root beer float was delicious, but what made me even happier was Grandpa. When I looked over at him, he was smiling. I know that's gotta be hard for you to imagine, but he really was. Right then, I didn't care whether he just found me and adopted me or not. He'd bought me a root beer float. That made me way luckier than some kid who had a mother but had never tasted root beer. Of course, after we left the bar, he was the first kid I bragged to. So Grandpa and I were doing pretty good, until the fight. I was in a super bad mood that day, and I'd torn one of my shoes that morning, and some old drunk guy had yelled at me. All the junk I found was totally useless. The day was almost over, and I was fed up, so I grabbed some random trash and took it back to the house. When I showed what I found to Grandpa, he frowned. He started going through each thing I'd brought back, explaining why they were all useless. I got really mad and just yelled, "I don't care!" And he got mad, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. I was pretty upset, and I started thinking that maybe Grandpa had only adopted me so he could raise me to work and make money for him. After a while, I went and hid in an abandoned building. But then I'd started to calm down and think that maybe I should go back and apologize. It had started raining pretty hard though, so I decided I should wait for it to stop. But that was just an excuse. The truth was I was nervous. Part of me knew I'd done something wrong, but I didn't want to admit it. The rain didn't stop though, so I just sat there staring at the gloomy grey sky. I imagined Grandpa coming to get me. It kept raining all night and he never showed up. I gave up waiting and decided it was time to go home. I was about halfway there when I heard somebody groaning. At first I thought I should ignore it and not get involved, but when I went over anyway, it was Grandpa. He was totally soaked and I could tell right away that he'd been there for a really long time. I yelled and he opened his eyes a little bit. He smiled weakly and said he was glad I was safe. He'd spent all night out in the rain looking for me. I felt awful. Grandpa had been out in the rain looking for me so long that he'd collapsed. It was horrible. He'd heard me crying in the rain, but I hadn't heard him. As I ran to get the doctor, I promised whatever god might be listening that if they would only save Grandpa, I'd never ask for another root beer float ever again. He got a real bad fever and his temperature wouldn't go down for days. The doctor said if it kept up, he'd die. If he died, then I'd be all alone. There wouldn't be anybody left to care about me. The thought of that happening terrified me. Fortunately, I have passed some of my luck onto Grandpa, because a week later his fever finally broke. I was glad he wasn't going to die, but I was was also a little scared. What if he had decided he didn't want a stupid kid like me anymore? My plan was to apologize as soon as he woke up, but when the moment came, my brain just stopped. Grandpa started to talk, and it took me a minute to realize he was apologizing. I didn't know what to think. He explained that he was an old man, that he meant he was probably going to die sooner rather than later. He was strict with me because he wanted to make sure I'd be able to make it on my own after he was gone, but maybe he'd been a little too strict. All of the things I'd worried about had been stupid and selfish. Grandpa cared about me a whole lot. He'd been worried when I ran off, and he'd gone out in the rain to look for me. I tried to apologize, but when I opened my mouth, I just started crying. I don't think I've cried that much since I was a baby. But he just smiled and patted my head. I asked him if he'd ever regretted adopting me. His eyes got all wide and he said, "Of course not." He told me that he was looking for a really important lady, and because of that, he had to give up on pretty much everything else in his life. But when he took me in and started raising me, he felt like he'd gotten some of what he lost back. That was when I decided to stay with him forever, even if he said I couldn't. What an ending! Holy fuckaroni! That took forever. What an ending. Damn. Okay, I need to go to the toilet real quick. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Now, what do we still have? I'm not going to betray Quark. No. I'm pretty sure this is just a dead end. I'm not going down this route. No. I refuse after that letter. So with this thing, with this, and with the long boy, where we defuse all the bombs. Since Alice dies in this timeline, I think this is the true ending. So what's here? Oh shit, it's already it's already been 4 hours. Still, I want to see the ending of this. It's not going to be awfully long, I think. It's just one square.
The first is an anesthetic called Soparil Beta. The other is a muscle relaxant called tubocurarine. Your bracelet also has a bunch of
Yes!
inside.
Zero the third! Something is spawning in the art channel? Well, it's good I haven't ended stream there,
If you break the rules, those needles hop out and eject you.
My brother told me about that. Neostigmine is a type of cholinesterase inhibitor.
Oh, right!
That means it's sort of an antidote for tubocurine. I knew it!
Back! I found it, so it's mine.
Of course! The antidote.
The antidote?
I didn't have time to explain. I took off running toward the exit.
Sigma, where are you going?
Stay here! I'll be right back. I bolted out of the warehouse toward the treatment room. It has spawned. Ah. Yay! I love it. Thank you. It's so good. It's so good. Yee! No worries. You don't need to repay me. Thank you. Pocket. Sweat was pouring down my face, but I didn't bother to wipe it off. There wasn't time. I dug frantically through the used coat until... Aha! Found it! Oh. There's only one dose. And the injection gun uses the whole bottle at once. Shit, I can't save both of them.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
1 minute? Shit.
Three, 2, 1. Chromatic doors closing.
No, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh dear.
Sigma.
There was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic, Soberil. I blinked and my vision started to blur. Do I just die now? No. I couldn't fall asleep. I had to give one of them the antidote before the rest injected me with tubocurine. With every ounce of strength I could muster, I forced my eyes back open. Kay and Phi lay limp on the floor in front of me. In my right hand I could feel the injector gun with its precious cargo. I could only pull the trigger once. Who was going to choose? Phi? Okay. Now what was I thinking? There was only one answer. Phi. I didn't even have a choice. After all, Kay's entire body was covered in an impenetrable metal. I'm sorry, Kay. Probably revisit it once you become a bit better coloring, because you've never properly colored stuff before. So As soon as you learn a new skill, you have inspiration, sudden art pops out. Ah! Yay! After felt like an eternity, I was finally within arm's reach. With no time to waste, I pressed the gun to her arm and pulled the trigger.
Sigma, what the hell did you...
I injected you with the neostigmine. It's a type of cholesterase inhibitor. It's the antidote to the muscle relaxant.
Why did you pick me?
Because I can't use the injection gun, okay? I'd never get through the metal.
Then why didn't you inject yourself?
Guess you've got a point. Honestly, it didn't even cross my mind.
You're the biggest idiot on the planet.
Hey, come on. Is that any kind of thing to say to somebody who's about to die? How about something more tender?
No, screw this. I don't want to live if it means being in debt to you. No goddamn way. I'm not gonna...
Her words slid and slowed as eyes fluttered closed. She wasn't dead, of course. I could hear a faint sound of her breathing, and see her chest rise and fall. Good, Fi's gonna be alright. But Kay... I looked over in this direction. That was when I noticed it. Open? There's a hole here on the back of your head. Yeah, it looks like you insert something. It says open, so maybe if you put some kind of key in there.
You could open up the suit and take the mask off.
Wait, then he... But when could he have... It's empty.
Yes. No, it was empty when I found it.
But what if he lied? Could Kay have taken the key? How it gotten... It didn't really matter anymore. What did matter was that Kay had been able to remove his armor. And he had. Holy shit. That would mean... Dia's killer is... I coaxed as much strength as I could from my increasingly lethargic body and crawled toward Kay. Kay, wake up! Come on, talk to me! I grabbed his shoulder and shook him until he finally shifted and spoke.
Sigma.
I just need to know one thing. Did you kill Dia? You weren't sleeping, were you? After I left you took off your armor. You didn't want to go the same way I had, so you took the other door. After you went the long way around through the warehouse, the crew quarters, you headed for the elevator. I bumped into Fi, and we went back to the lounge to check on you. We saw you. Or we saw your armor, I guess. But then you would have been out of it. While we were in the lounge, you went to the treatment room and killed Leo. You must have turned off the oxygen to his pod. Although you probably didn't stick around to make sure he died. I'm betting you were in a hurry to get back before Fi and I noticed something was up. Once you get back to floor A, you needed us out of the lounge, so you made a noise in the hall to lure us out. Then you ran around and took the long way back to the lounge, so you could enter through the rear door. Once you were there, you put on your suit again and waited for us. As soon as we found Dia's body, we did exactly what you'd expected. Okay, wake up! Something's happened. You pretended to wake up, very disoriented and confused. Come on, hey. I'm almost out of time. Did you kill Dio?
Yes. Your reasoning is correct. I killed him.
Why?
Because I couldn't forgive him. He took the life of someone very important to me. I couldn't...
Who did he kill?
The old woman.
Of course, it all makes sense. That's why her face scan would work in the office. The photo that Tenmyuji went back for, it was the photo of her as a young child. That's why actually no, that doesn't make a lot of sense, but scratch that. But that is why Tenmyuji is here, because he was looking for Akane the entire time. And Kei's father was working with a woman. So Kei is Zero Senior. I'm getting ahead of myself. I think Sigma is Zero Senior. Because everyone describes him as old, and we never see his face. But Akane worked with Zero Senior to create all of this. And Kei is a clone of Zero Senior.
She was like mother to me.
Because Kei told his whole life story to us. That he was a clone of his father, intended to continue his experiment in the event that his father died. And that a woman showed up, working together with him on something. And if Akane, the most powerful user of the morphic field set, figured out a way to project your consciousness from world to world, it would also make sense why Zero Senior set up another nonary game. Because it's the only experiment that Akane knew would be effective in coaxing out psychic abilities.
She showed me how to see meaning in my life.
Wait, are you saying?
Yes, I am. She was the woman who came here when I was 18.
Whoa, hold on. What do you mean here?
Sigma, unfortunately, we are out of time. There's something I have to tell you. I made a promise that you would hear it. Do you understand? This is very important. You must pay attention. Cannot forget.
Forget? It wasn't making sense. I was about to die. How on earth would I be remembering anything for more than a few seconds?
If you see a lion with two heads,
yes!
the sun, remember these letters.
Milkevoli.
This will open the second gate.
What the hell? Hey, Kei! Who told you to tell me this? No, who are you? Show me! Show me who you really are! I grabbed a hold of Kei's mask and tore it off. He is Sigma! No, that's impossible. That face! It's my face! I felt a sharp pain in my left wrist and my body collapsed unceremoniously. Sigma is Zero! Tubercularine. My vision began to blur and my head felt unnaturally heavy. The world faded away and my consciousness slipped down to the cold, dark waters of nothingness. Holy shit. Ending K? Ending K. Oh my god. I think I have all of it. I think I have all of it. Sigma worked with Akane to figure out a way to manipulate timelines, to jump between timelines without forgetting details, in an effort to stop Free Your Soul from destroying mankind. Clover and Alice are here because they are on a mission to stop Free Your Soul, which Sigma somehow figured out and abducted them, affecting the past somehow to make this happen. Had them abducted and put into cold sleep. Because they would be important to his plan. And that would also give them the best chance to actually defeat Free Your Soul. Maybe if this is all over, their memories will be sent back in time to where they actually raid Free Your Soul and prevent this whole future from happening. I think Quark might be another clone of Left. But Quark is here because Tenmyuji is here. And Tenmyuji is here because he finally found Akane and got in contact with her. And for some reason promised to bring Quark along. We don't know that part yet. K is here because he's Sigma's clone. Sigma is here because he is Zero. Luna, I think, is the robot that Golem... Golem, the Golem, the robot in the Golem Bay, talked about. That was wearing human, like, fake skin. That he alluded that there's one person in this game that isn't human, and I think based on the Sigma ending, that's Luna. Luna was programmed by Sigma to make sure, like, everything went according to his plan, I guess. To have another person in the game, because he wouldn't remember, that was completely under his control and played along, just like Zero Jr. And the facility itself, she was programmed to facilitate the Nonary game for his goal. The only person I cannot figure out why she is here is Phi, because we don't know anything about her yet. But I think we'll figure that out. Okay, I want to go here now. Okay, let's go. Let's see if we can solve this now, finally. We've seen all of this happen. All of these timelines, we've been in them. GTF DML 016. Oh, 16. I think that's the ID. Oh, we have 2 pages of this. I didn't know. Is Jumpy Doll the key? No, this isn't it. Let's try these 2 together then. GTF DML 016. DML 016 MILKEVOLI. MILKEVOLI. Yes! Fi, come over here.
What's wrong?
I got in.
What? How did you figure out the login?
I don't know. I just knew it.
What the hell do you mean you just knew it?
I just knew it means I just knew it. You gave me the same line when I asked you how you knew my name.
Why are you bringing that up? It doesn't have anything to do with this.
You sure it might?
What? I don't...
Look, just forget about that. Come take a look at this.
Sure. Fine. Just let me get right on that. Are you out of your damn mind? Tell me what the hell is going on here? Why do you know how to log into this computer?
Are you even listening to me? We continued to yell at one another for several more minutes. But no matter what Fi asked me, I could never come up with an answer that satisfied her. Eventually, she seemed to give up.
Fine. You still don't make any sense, but I don't think you're lying.
Damn right I'm not.
And the AB game deadline isn't getting any further away. All right. Let's see what this thing has for us. Where are we supposed to start? Looks like there's tons of stuff in here. Oh, can you tell me the ID that you put in? I can try searching for that. Maybe we'll get a hit.
I gave her what she asked for. GTFDML016. That's a golem number. Hold on, isn't it? GTM-CMG-OLM. Golem type male, Cockney model, number GOLM. Golem type female, something model, Luna. I'm sure of it. Her search returned several files, and after examining them for a moment, Fi opened one. Golem unit details. Are these product specifications for a golem?
Looks like it.
So was GTF-DML016 a golem's ID?
Don't ask me. You seem to know more about all this than I do. Fine, whatever. Just read the file. Maybe it'll make more sense. Let's see here.
Hi, Luna. Luna?
Yeah.
Why is there a picture of Luna in this file?
There's something written underneath it. It says, appearance after application of ABT.
ABT. Artificial biological tissue.
It's this special artificial biological tissue, what's called ABT. When a golem's all new and shiny, they've got a nice suit of ABT over that metal skeleton. Makes it look right human, it does. Even feels like real skin, with pores, a little bit of hair, and a few pimples, scars and the like. Truth to tell, I doubt you'd be able to tell the real from the fake, even if it was right in front of you. See, right in the middle.
In the middle, there he is. Golem.
I see.
I knew it.
Luna was a golem, and DML016 was her product ID.
That must have been what Golem was trying to tell us when he was stopped. But why? Why would Luna be in the game?
I don't know how autonomous she really is, but I find it hard to believe she would have come here of her own free will.
So you're saying she was sent here by Zero Senior?
Probably. Look. At the bottom of the screen, it shows her current status.
Currently operational. Executing special mission? I think his special mission is to participate in the game?
Probably.
So why did Zero Senior want a robot as a participant? You think maybe it was to supervise the rest of us? Maybe if something unexpected happened, she was supposed to correct it to something.
What if it was some kind of Voight-Kampf test?
What test? Whomst? A what?
It's from an old book. A test to see how human she was. Whether or not 8 people would be able to figure out she was a robot, that might almost explain the whole game, actually. Making us solve puzzles and play the AB game. All of those things could have been designed to give us a chance to see her true nature.
So it's kind of like the Chinese room?
Yeah. Luna is the girl locked in the room, and the 8 of us are the people outside it. Well, like I always say...
It's just a possibility, right?
All what matters is if the person next to you does what a human ought. Looks like a person, acts like a person, and talks like a person, then it's probably a person.
When did you figure that? That she was a golem, I mean.
Right now, I didn't know until I saw this stuff.
You're lying. When I told you about what happened with the golem in the pantry, you said something about this game might be sort of Chinese room.
I don't know why I said that. It just felt like it made sense.
Like you knew it?
Yeah. Look, forget about that. See Luna's status?
Yeah, it says the same thing in the minute ago. Currently operational, executing special mission. Whoa, wait, what the hell? Luna's
Do you think robots die? She was only injected with muscle relaxant.
10 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes. All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Of course! Luna's the one who opened the AB gate.
Might not be the only thing she did. Look.
What do you mean?
What are the last 3 digits of her product ID?
016.
And where have we seen that before?
No. No, I don't believe it. Are you saying that it was Luna who handcuffed Clover and Tenmyuji?
We should go check her body. You remember where it is?
The crew quarters, of course, I remember. You're right.
Yeah.
Why? Why would Luna...
And I trust him.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Let's go. The game hasn't stopped. If we don't vote, we're going to get penalized.
Right. Off we go then.
Invalid pair detected. Please retry with valid partner.
Oh yeah, forgot about this thing.
Right. Luna's bracelet.
Yeah, with her bracelet. There's 3 in this room. I stepped outside and set Luna's bracelet down and headed back into the AB room.
2 minutes remain until polling closes.
Alright, I'll go ahead and hit the start button. You ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Wait, Sigma!
Hi, Luna. Luna.
One minute remains until Ambidex game polling closes.
Wait. What in the hell is going on? Where's Luna here?
She's probably planning on participating in the game.
You mean she's going to take the bracelet and go into one of the other rooms?
Yeah.
How's she going to vote?
Betray. I'm sure of it. Why else would she have come here? If she wanted to vote ally, she could have just waited for the deadline to pass.
She's got 7 BP, right?
Yeah. Why are you asking, though? Her BP doesn't matter right now. Have you
What?
totally lost? She doesn't have her bracelet on. And besides, she's a golem. She isn't trying to get out. Whether she has 9 BP or not doesn't mean anything to her.
And why is she doing
Isn't
this?
that obvious? She wants to keep our BP below 9. Say she defaulted to Ally. We could choose whatever we wanted, and we'd still get 9 BP. She's here to make sure that doesn't happen.
10 seconds remain until Ambidex's game polling closes. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
4.
And I trust him.
2, 1.
I'm going to ally. If I'm right, she's my robot. So.
Round 3 of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening.
Hey, Sigma, are you insane? Why the hell did you choose Ally?
Wait, we can talk about that later. Right now. She's gone. Where did she go?
That's odd. We came out the moment the gates opened. There's no way she could have left already.
Then. There was. I thought so. She didn't pick it up. Without the bracelet, she couldn't afford it.
Then she let the system vote Ally for her?
Results from round 3 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
I thought so. Right, the results.
Yeah. Let's go have a look.
Dead, dead, dead. Ally.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet to see your updated bracelet points.
Since Luna didn't vote, she got set to ally automatically. The other 6 got penalized? Here's some more AB game rules for you. Yeah. Then again, 5 of them are already dead. We don't know where Quark is, but his bracelet's already off.
Yeah. That means all those penalties are meaningless. Why did Luna show up then? I mean, we've got our 9 BP now, but... Alright, what do you want to do, Sigma? Do you want to leave?
What? You're kidding, right? Weren't you the one who kept going about how Quark's still alive? I can't just run off and leave him here.
You sure?
Yeah.
Well, that's a relief. I was hoping you'd say that. Now let's get moving. We need to find Quark.
And Luna too, right?
Luna.
The Ambidex gates have closed. Round 4 of the Ambidex game will be the Star Round. Star keys.
Well. Fine, I checked our bracelets out of sheer reflex. I was a magenta pair, just like before, but Phi had changed to a red solo. It didn't really matter though. Both of our bracelets showed the number 9. All we had to do was open the number 9 door, and we'd never have to play another AB game again.
Alright. Quark comes first. Let's go.
She spun around and headed for the cyan door. I followed her heels.
Sigma, there's something I want to ask you.
What is it?
There are 3 doors here. You, Alice, and Luna went through the one on the right. That took you to the Golem Bay, correct?
Yeah. According to the map, that's the door on the bottom. There's a lever on that thing in the middle, right? We pulled it, but it only opened one door of the doors. What about it?
Take a look. See the lock?
Open.
Yeah.
And who the hell opened it and
There's
how?
only one person who could have opened it.
Luna.
Alright, let's head in.
Okay. What the heck are these things?
I think they're treatment pods of some sort.
What twin pods? Yeah. Strong sense of déjà vu when I looked at them. Suddenly realized I knew exactly how to operate the pods. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, as if somewhere deep inside was a version of myself that I didn't actually know.
One of them is lit up.
One on the left. Is it being used?
Glass is all fogged up. I can't really see inside.
Let's crack it open
Yeah.
then. Quark! Hi, Quark. Poggies. My feet pounded across the floor of the warehouse.
This is it.
Quark's body bounced in my arms as I ran. His pulse and breathing were normal. He was limp and unconscious, but he was alive. The pod's display had given us little information on his condition. As far as we could tell, he'd been given an anesthetic, which had put him to sleep.
Ready? What's wrong? You're supposed to say, yeah, sure.
Is it really okay for us to just leave?
What the hell is this? You want to stay here? What if Luna kills you too?
What?
Think about it. Alice, Clover, Tenmyoji, the old woman, even Dio and Kay. There's a good chance Luna killed all of them.
But why?
Why doesn't matter. Remember what we saw on Clover's thigh? And
016.
what's that the same number as?
That's 3 digits of Luna's product ID.
Where did we find the old woman's corpse?
In the AB room that Luna came out of.
And if you're right, her brain is in the central computer core. That means she could have easily moved that crane, right? She could have used it anytime she wanted.
It means the only alibi she might have for not being able to move the crane is worthless.
Exactly. She must have moved the AB room. Alice noticed it right away. At the very least, that would mean Luna had a reason to try and kill Alice.
To keep her quiet.
She could also have murdered Dio and Kay. Remember their star keys? Luna must have taken them, which puts her in the room with Dio and Kay. You understand, don't you? I admit none of this evidence is conclusive, but look at our options. You, me, Quark, and Luna. Who do you think is the most likely to be the murderer? Think this through, Sigma. Luna's a golem. That means she's a robot that's part of this facility, designed to do God knows what. If what you said about golems and the central computer is true, she's basically a puppet of Zero Junior's. There isn't really much of an argument to be made here. The only option is to leave her here and get out.
Have you ever heard of the 3 laws of robotics?
A robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm.
A robot without the 3 laws is just a bunch of metal and plastic.
Okay, you're right. Let's get out of here.
Damn. Don't scare me like that. Okay, I'm going to open it. You ready?
You don't have to ask me. Isn't that what you always say?
Yeah, I guess so. It's time we got out of here. Let's go.
With a heavy labored groan, the number 9 door began to open. As soon as the gap was wide enough to admit her body, Fi slipped through it. I followed her through, Quark still cradled in my arms. Inside was a massive lift platform, like the kind used to move industrial cargo. Fi turned to face me, and I shoved Quark into her arms.
Huh?
Before she could respond, I spun around and ran. The fuck, Sigma?
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9.
Sigma! What the hell are you thinking? Get back here!
Sorry, Fi. There's something I have to do. Take care of Quark.
No! You don't mean you're going to go find Luna? God damn it, Sigma! Think about what you're doing! Sigma! Listen to me! You can't do this!
The fuck? Sigma? Alright, this is definitely the Luna ending.
The number 9 door has closed. This thing as the escape, please.
I had no regrets. In fact, with finding Quark's successful escape, I felt a profound sense of relief. One of my objectives had been achieved, and a difficult choice had been made. My mind felt clear and focused, more so than it had in a long time. Alright, time to go. Luna's waiting. Luna is waiting. Okay. I think I'll keep the final ending for next time, even if it will probably only be an hour. I'm not particularly feeling like playing until midnight. And then I guess I will fill the rest of the Saturday stream with Storica. I'll just need to update the thing. Luna, I knew you'd be here.
You knew?
Alright, we haven't talked in this one, huh?
Isn't this nice? This is the only place in this whole facility with anything green. I kind of feel silly saying it, but it makes me think of the great outdoors. I think it's the perfect place for a serious conversation. Being surrounded by nature makes me feel happy. I'm not sure what you meant just now, but are you talking about something that happened in another history?
Yes. What?
I know what you can do. Someone told me about it once. They said that you have the ability to transport your consciousness through time.
What to do that? Luna looked down at the music box around her neck. Carefully and delicately, she twisted the dial on the bottom.
Sigma, aren't you here to ask me something? Why I killed them, perhaps?
Well, actually I already know you didn't do it.
Oh? Why do you think I didn't do it? I'd like to know your reasoning.
Alright. I nodded and took a moment to compose my thoughts. Might as well start with the old woman. There's no point beating around the bush, I suppose. Do you, Coda?
Why do you think so?
Her left arm had blood splatter all the way up to the elbow. Except for a stripe on the wrist that was perfectly clean. What could have caused that? My guess is a bracelet. It got covered with blood and kept her wrist clean. Obviously, none of her bracelets had blood splatter on them, but Dio's bracelet reacted to the luminol. That meant Dio's bracelet had to have come from the old woman.
Is that your proof? That's why you think Dio killed her?
No, that's only enough to suspect him. After all, he could have just taken the bracelet after someone else killed her.
Then why are you so sure?
Because he confessed.
What?
After his bracelet reacted to the luminol, I confronted him.
Alright, fine. You caught me, I did it. I killed the old bitch and took her bracelet.
Wait, when did that happen?
In a different timeline.
Isn't that against the rules?
What rules? I've been not going to try and bring up Nox's 10 commandments. Does it really matter if it's against the rules of fair? Wait, I think that's in the secret archive somewhere. Yeah. Ronald Knox is a mystery writer from the UK, published the following as his rules for writing a mystery novel. And there's just some rules. This story is technically against those, but fuck it. Let's say that Incident P happens after that timeline tip splits into timeline A and timeline B. I don't think it's unfair to base a theory in timeline A on the information I found in timeline B. After all, A and B both came from the same place, P. If you trace the history of both timelines, you would end up back at the Incident P. Now, if I could change what happened with the Incident P by visiting timeline A or B, then yes, it'd be a different story. I don't know that it'd be unfair per se, but it'd certainly be breaking some pretty big rules. Like, you know, principle of causality. I'm sure that Dio killed the old woman. Accentron, that means you couldn't have killed her. I'm assuming Dio was originally intended to be part of the nonary game. Somehow he got in and took the old woman's place. That's how he ended up as Quark's partner. This was an educated guess, but I have a feeling his plan was to replace one of us. I doubt it mattered which one. I have no idea why he would want to do something like that. And I don't know how he did it either. But the fact remains, he did. He hid in the warehouse on floor A and waited for someone to come out of one of the AB rooms. That someone turned out to be the old woman. She left Quark asleep in the AB room and came out on her own. Somehow he managed to get close enough to stab her. He did it near the wall with the graffiti on it. I'm guessing he stabbed her from behind so that he wouldn't get any blood on himself. As soon as she was dead, he wrapped the knife up in the handkerchief. No wait, actually, he probably did the bracelet first. Then he would have the D to wipe the blood off, so he used the handkerchief, but that too. Anyway, the point is he got the bracelet and put it on. Then he wrapped up the knife up and hid it between the rightmost AB room and its neighbor. He probably didn't expect that they'd move, or he would have put it somewhere else. After that, he headed back to the AB room that the woman had left. Quark would have still been fast asleep, so as far as he knew, Dio was there the whole time. This does raise a few other questions, but I'll save those for later. For now, let's move on to the other murders. Murders. Well, actually, one of them probably isn't a murder.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about Alice. I'm pretty sure she committed suicide.
All of humanity is going to die. Adults, children, everyone. Everyone! There won't be anyone left! I'd rather die here!
She'd been infected with the Radical 6. I think that infection caused her to take her own life. She used Dio's knife, which she found in the warehouse after the AB room moved and exposed it. She took it with her, then used it to stab herself at the crew quarters. Next are Clover and Tenryuji. The first question is who put the handcuffs on them. The clue's the message Clover left. If you think about it though, it doesn't make sense. Clover's left hand was in the handcuffs. That means she would have had to write the right hand on her thigh. I feel like it would be really hard to do that, you know? Why not just use your left thigh? The thing is, she did. When she died, her legs slumped together, and the message got transferred to the right thigh. We just never thought saw the original because we didn't bother to check the other leg. In other words, she wasn't trying to write 16. She was trying to write Dio. With her dying breath, she was trying to tell us the name of her killer. How about Kay and Dio? I think there's a pretty good chance Dio killed Kay. Here's how I imagine it happened. Kay probably sprayed Dio's bracelet with the luminol. Put the bottle in Kay's robe. We wouldn't have seen the reaction immediately, but Dio would have known what was coming. As soon as Kay turned the lights off, it would be clear that Dio had taken the old woman's bracelet. My guess is he decided to take a preemptive action. When he found their bodies and the lights on the rec room were on. Maybe Kay turned to switch the lights off, and Dio took that opportunity to attack him. Kay was hurt badly, but he didn't die right away. He probably managed to grab the spear and stab Dio. Then he died. So that accounts for all 6 bodies. None of them your fault.
Sigma, I'm glad you don't think I did it, but all of your theories are just, well, theories. Like Alice committing suicide. How can you be sure? Say she was infected with Radical 6. She could have been murdered before her symptoms even began to present themselves. As for Clover and Tenmyoji, I could easily have killed them. You don't have any proof that Clover's message was mirrored like you say, or even that it was supposed to refer to Dio. Even if it did, that's not conclusive evidence of his guilt. The same goes for Kay and Dio. I could have killed them both. Why do you trust me so much? I'm a machine. I'm part of this place. How can you trust a machine?
That's why I trust you. I trust you because you're a robot. Your robotness is just one more reason you can't be the killer. Well, 3 more reasons.
Have you ever heard of the 3 laws of robotics? A robot without the 3 laws is just a bunch of metal and plastic. Sigma.
Luna, I have to ask you. Can you tell me, well, everything you know? Your mind is in the central server. You should know everything that's happened here. There was a long pause. Luna stood up and walked deeper into the garden. I followed her in silence. Eventually, we reached the bench. Luna quietly sat down, and just like last time, I lowered myself down beside her.
You were right, I didn't kill them. How should I explain? Well, actually, you got most of it right.
That doesn't matter. Tell me everything.
Well, first, yes, Dio did sneak into the facility. He used the large cargo elevator and came into the warehouse on floor A through the number 9 door. Since the game hadn't started yet, anyone could go through it.
That doesn't sound like sneaking. It just sounds more like he just walked in.
Yes, I guess you could say that. He did get in pretty easily, but that's because Zero Jr. lured him here.
What do you mean?
Dio wasn't a surprise. Both Zeros knew that he was going to come.
So they brought him here?
In a way.
But why?
Because his presence was an important part of Zero's project.
What project?
I can't go into that right now. We'd be here forever. Right now, let's just focus on the murders, okay? Anyway, found his way in. They made sure he didn't know that he was actually being let in.
So why did you come
To
here?
make sure Zero's project failed. His first step was to pretend to be one of the players. As for how he did that, you had it pretty much right. The old woman was the first one out, and he killed her under the graffiti. He put her bracelet on after he wiped the blood off it with the handkerchief. Then he wrapped the knife up and hid it between the 5th and 6th AB rooms,
5th and 6th?
counting from the left in their original placement.
In other words, the rightmost room would be the 6th room. The one next to it would be the 5th.
Right. After that, he went back into the 5th AB room where Quark was sleeping. Then he just waited for Quark to wake up.
What were you doing while that was happening?
Nothing. I couldn't do anything. My body had been turned off. Zero Jr. had powered me down. My body wasn't activated until after Dio went into the 5th room. I couldn't help her. All I could do was watch while she was murdered.
Oh, Akane.
Everything in this place is controlled by Zero Jr. I couldn't try and prevent Dio from getting in either.
Wait, if Zero Jr. controls everything, then he was the one who moved the 6th room with the train?
Yes, that's right. Zero Jr. moved the room, not me.
Then who moved the old woman?
Me. It took me 10 minutes to get out of my AB room once I was turned back on. I ran over to check on her as soon as I did. Then I carried her back to the room I'd been in.
Why did you do that?
Because I was ordered to.
What?
Luna, listen to me very carefully. As you already know, the final stage of the project begins in 2 hours. This will be the culmination of many years of hard work.
There she is.
We cannot afford failure.
Yes, I understand.
Then let's make sure. What is your mission?
Enter the Nonary game as one of the participants and observe the actions of the other players. Ensure that they do what they are supposed to and guide them down the correct paths.
How many players will there be?
Myself and 7 others, ma'am. Will you be participating as well?
Yes. Our plan dictates that I must. An individual by the name of Dio will be entering this facility presently. He has been led to believe he is doing so undetected. You've been briefed on him already, correct?
Yes. He will murder the first person to leave one of the AB rooms and take their place. If a pair is the first out, he'll probably kill both of them. That's all the information I've been given on him, ma'am.
Is there a problem?
With all due respect, ma'am, I would like to state that I don't feel right about this. We know someone is going to be killed, and we're just going to let it happen? I also have doubts about the use of Radical 6. Are you sure? Infecting all these people with such a horrible disease.
What the fuck?
That is none of your concern. Your only concern is to follow your orders.
But...
Luna, I am giving you an order. I am in command, and you do as I say. You are programmed to do as I say. You know this.
Yes.
Good. Now, I have one final order.
Another order, ma'am?
Yes. When you leave the AB room, the person Dio has killed will still be there. I would like you to move them.
Where?
To the room you are about to enter. The 6th AB room.
But why?
Not your concern. As a participant in the game, you must have as little knowledge of it as possible. That is why I have made sure you are unable to access any classified data. There are things you must not know. In order for this project to succeed, we need you to be as close to a clean slate as possible. There are some things you already know, which ideally you would not. Unfortunately, this is unavoidable, so you must refrain from divulging anything you know about the project to the other participants. You must never tell anyone what you know about Dio, or the body, or that you carried it to the 6th AB room. You will have to pretend you know nothing more than the rest of the participants.
Is that an order?
Yes. Do I make myself clear?
Yes. After that, I went into the AB room as I'd been told to. As soon as I stepped inside, my body deactivated. But since my brain is in the main computer, I was still awake, so I still saw everything. While I waited, I used the security cameras to see what was going on in the rest of the facility.
Just saw the old woman being murdered.
Yes. It was hard. What I was seeing made no sense. Several of my higher level processes nearly failed. To think that she would be the first person to come out. I think she knew that Dio was going to kill her. When she'd said she had one final order for me, I didn't understand what she meant. Like a fool, I told her I didn't approve, when I had no idea what she was prepared to do. When she died, whatever I have that passes for a heart felt like it snapped in two.
I think I understand. Everything you did because you'd been ordered to.
Yes.
It was the old woman who gave you these orders? Then is she Zero Senior?
No.
What? What if she gave you the orders?
She did, but she wasn't the only person I took orders from.
There was someone else?
Yes.
And that person is Zero Senior?
Yes. We worked together to develop the project she mentioned. So I suppose, technically, my orders came from both of them. And they were both controlling Zero Junior, too. I told you before that Zero Junior moved the 6th AB room. Although that's strictly true, he didn't do it of his own free will. They ordered him to do it. He was following orders just like me.
But
I don't
why?
know. I really don't. Maybe they did it so that people wouldn't suspect me.
If they didn't want people to suspect you, then why have you moved the body in the first place? Eventually we'd figure out the rooms had been moved, and that she was in your room.
Then maybe they wanted the opposite.
You mean,
Maybe they wanted you to suspect me.
that doesn't make sense either. If they wanted people to suspect you, why move the room?
You're right. Then maybe they only wanted certain people to be suspicious of me.
You mean like Alice?
Yes. Perhaps they wanted Alice to find the handkerchief and the knife. That would explain why they moved the room.
So they somehow knew?
I think so.
But how could they know that?
Well, whatever the reasons were, Alice did notice that the room was moved, which meant that Clover also figured it out. And just like you said, Alice used the knife to take her life. Clover didn't realize that, though. Or perhaps she didn't want to. In any event, she decided that I must have killed Alice to keep her quiet. So she confronted me. It was right after the second round of the AB game. Using Phi's timetable, that would be 0 hours, 0 minutes.
Wait, you were listening to us in the security office?
Yes, that wasn't all I was listening to, though. I know everything that happened in the facility after my body collapsed.
You were watching through the security cameras?
Yes, I was. I could see and hear everything. Anyway, we're at 0 hours, 0 minutes. I was in the hallway on floor A when Clover found me and took me to room 2 in the crew quarters. We entered at about 0 hours, 1 minute. She was very forceful.
I know you killed Alice. Tell me the truth and I'll let you live. Now fess up! I'm only gonna give you one chance. If you lie or try to play dumb or something, I'll kill you right in front of her!
I told her the truth, of course. I explained that I hadn't killed Alice, that she'd been infected with Radical 6, and it had caused her to kill herself. Clover was never going to believe that, though. We argued about it for nearly 9 minutes. It wasn't just Alice she asked me about. She asked me about the murder of the old woman, and about the AB room being moved. She wasn't very nice about it, but I couldn't answer any of her questions.
Because of your orders?
Yes. Then, at about 0 hours, 10 minutes, she must have run out of patience. She stuck her hand in her pocket and started moving toward me. She backed me up against the wall and pulled her hand out of her pocket. She was holding the injection gun. I tried to take it away from her. I even screamed for help. She refused to let go, of course. While we were fighting over it,
Whoa, hold on a minute. The trigger got pulled in the fight and I get that part. What I don't understand is why did it do anything to you?
You mean because I'm a golem?
Yeah.
One of my orders was always to act like I was one of the players. A human. Any human injected with that amount of tubocurarine would die.
That's why you died? To keep up the facade that you were human?
No, I collapsed because Zero Jr. turned off the power to my body again. He probably felt he had to. Maintaining the illusion that I was human was probably in his orders too. So to make it look like I had died, he'd turned the power off. Whatever the case, it was an accident. I don't think Clover ever intended to actually kill me. She only took the injection gun to try and threaten me.
How can you be sure?
When I collapsed, she looked terrified. She checked for my pulse and listened to see if I was breathing. She also shook my body and called out to me several times. If she'd meant to kill me, why do all that? After a few moments, she ran off to the infirmary to get the AED.
You mean the defibrillator?
Yes.
That uses an electric shock to restart the heart, right?
Correct.
So that was where she left?
Yes. She ran off toward the infirmary. On the way, she bumped into Dio. Yes.
Dio?
I guess she just saw him, really. They didn't talk. She just ran past.
And you just watched her go by?
Yes. I imagine he was curious, of course. He probably wondered what she was doing. But he chose not to go after her. He had something else to do. He seemed pretty surprised to find my body.
Yeah, I bet.
It didn't take him long to get over it, though.
Wouldn't imagine it would. What'd you do then?
He'd gone there for 2 reasons. One was to get Alice's bracelet, which was a blue solo.
Right. Without it, D and K, the yellow bear, wouldn't be able to get through the secondary door.
Yeah,
right?
but he couldn't find it.
Of course. Fi had already taken it by then.
Yes. But there was something else he wanted to do, too. He was there to take the knife. Removing it was gruesome.
But why did he want the knife? Was it because he used it to kill the old woman?
No, I don't think so.
Then what do you think?
I think he didn't want anyone to see the engraving on the knife's blade. That's why he hid it so well after he killed the old woman.
Why wouldn't they want anyone to see that?
Do you remember what it said? There was a word engraved on the blade.
Myrmidons. Yes. What does Myrmidons mean?
It's the name of the organization he belongs to.
But what is it like? Is it like a lab or something?
I don't think so.
Well, what is it then?
I don't really know. I'm afraid
No idea?
not.
Wait, wasn't he here to try and stop whatever Zero's doing?
Yes.
Then, wouldn't that mean that he's on our side?
I don't know about that. He's killed 4 people. I'm not really sure he's on anyone's side.
You've got a point. Damn it, this is ridiculous. I guess this enemies of my enemies isn't my friend, huh?
May I continue?
Yeah, keep going. After he took the knife, Dio rifled through what few belongings in his head. Duna said he didn't seem to be looking for anything in particular. He was probably just checking to see if she had anything to Isol. That was where he found the key to Kay's suit. He didn't seem to have any particular reason for taking it, at least as far as Luna could tell. He left the room.
He heard Kay opening the cyan door and ran out. When he left, he was heading toward the infirmary. My guess is that he was going after Clover. He found her with the AED. She was probably planning to just ignore him and head back, but Dio didn't let her.
Hey, wait. Just what are you planning to do with that thing? Thinking about trying to resuscitate Luna? And why would you want to do that? You were the one who killed her, weren't you?
When Clover tried to push past Dio, Luna said they began to fight.
The fuck do you think you're doing?
Dio pulled the knife out of his pocket and pointed it at Clover's throat. That was when he showed up.
Dio, what the hell are you doing?
None of your goddamn business. Stay out of this, you senile old shit.
Like hell, you son of a bitch!
Then Ryuji's gonna slap him. He let out a yell and leapt toward Dio. The younger man dodged him easily and lashed out with a knife. Then Ryuji caught Dio's hand with a grunt, and for a moment the two men struggled. Then, as the knife edged closer, he wrapped his other hand around the blade and tried to force it away. But Dio was a much younger and stronger man, and the wound Ryuji gave himself, the knife didn't do him any favors. He put up a valiant fight, but the raw Dio threw him off, and Ryuji collapsed on the floor.
What are you going to do?
Let's see. How about this?
Ah!
How cute. You two really look great together, you know?
What are you going to do to us?
Isn't it obvious? I'm gonna handcuff you to a sink. Actually, I already have.
Are you gonna beat us to death or something?
Ugh, no. Nothing so tasteless.
What are you going to do then?
How'd you like to make a bet?
A bet?
You've got, 20-some minutes until the primary white doors open. So I'd say you've got 25 minutes until they close. Give or take. If somebody happens to come by here before the doors close, you might live. But if nobody finds you, well...
We'll be penalized.
Exactly. So, I suggest you start screaming for help now. Unfortunately for you, just about all the rooms in this place are behind at least 2 nice thick doors. So unless they're pretty close, nobody's gonna hear you scream. Well, I'm off to the Floor B warehouse, okay? Enjoy your last 25 minutes. Later.
"25 minutes passed and no one came. Of course, by then there were only 3 other people who could have come, apart from Dio.
You mean Nephi and Kay, right?
Yes. You were in the crew quarters at this point.
Yeah. Kay told us about you. We also noticed that the knife in Alice's chest had been removed. If only we'd known what was happening in the infirmary.
Unfortunately for Clover and Tenmyoji, their time had come. Once the primary white door closed, both of their bracelets injected them with Soparil.
Anesthetic, right?
Yes. Almost immediately they started to feel sleepy. I think that's when Clover realized she was definitely going to die. That was when she decided to leave her message. Just as you said, she wrote on her left thigh with her right hand.
The word she wrote was Dio.
Yes. As for what happened in the rec room, well, I guess I don't really need to tell you. Your theory was essentially correct. What you said was what happened.
Yep. Lumino, turn around, light, death. The immortally wounded him, but didn't kill him. So Kay turned around, stabbed me with a spear. And I guess that's when we found them.
Yes.
When did Kay get the Lumino?
After they went through the white door, Dio and Kay found themselves in the director's office. When they were done there, they headed back to floor A to look for everyone else. They went to the crew quarters first, then to the infirmary. Of course, they found Clover and Tenmyoji's bodies there. Dio expected to find them, of course, but he pretended to be shocked. Anyway, Kay checked them over for anything useful.
And that's when we found the Lumino.
Right. That's everything that happened. Do you have any questions?
Well, what do you think? Does a bear shit in the woods? Well, the first thing is Cork's bracelet. Why was it in the infirmary?
Tenmyoji had it. Then when Dio attacked him, it fell out of his pocket.
But why did Tenmyoji have Cork's bracelet?
I told him where it was. Do you
When?
remember when you were in the rec room with Fi and Tenmyoji?
Yeah, when he sprayed us with the Lumino, right? Sure, I remember that.
Right after then. When he left the rec room, he went toward the green door to look for Quark. I ran into him at the end of the hallway, where the 3 doors and the switch are. That was when I told him. Look, Tenmyoji, the center door is unlocked. He took off through it without another word.
What? Then that was the treatment room, right?
Yes.
The Quark was sleeping?
Right. It only took him a moment. As soon as he saw Quark, he ran to his pod and started crying.
Out of relief, right?
Yes. The display on the pod showed Quark's vital signs. It was obvious he was alive the moment you looked at it. Next to the pod was Quark's bracelet. That was how Tenmyoji got it.
Why was Quark's bracelet off?
I took it off.
How?
Aluminum foil.
What? You mean the stuff from the crew quarters?
Oh, you found it? Did you know that aluminum foil has electromagnetic shielding properties?
What?
Here's an exciting fact. Your heart creates a bunch of faint electrical impulses. Anyway, the point is that you can detect the electricity through the bracelets you have on that. They're always watching.
Wait, so you're telling me that aluminum foil can block the electromagnetic waves so your heart's inside?
Yes. All you have to do is wrap it around your bracelet.
And the bracelet thinks your heart stopped?
Yes.
Holy shit, it was that easy all along.
Anyway, I used some aluminum foil to get Quark's bracelet off. Then I put
Nobody
it
thought of that? Are you kidding me? Wait, why was Quark in the pod to begin with?
Oh, that's easy. I put him there.
When did you do that?
Remember when we were first looking for Quark? I found him unconscious near the entrance to the Golem Bay.
So you carried him to the treatment pod?
Yes.
Were you the one who locked the treatment center too?
No, I was not. I do not have the authority to operate any of this facility's machinery.
So it was Stuart Jr.?
That's right.
You reactivated your body too, right? Man, I don't get any of this. Why the hell did he do that? I guess it wasn't really him that did it, huh? He was just doing what Zero Senior and they already told him to do. Everything leads back to them, huh? Of course it does. So are you going to tell me?
You what?
Is that obvious? Tell me what this project is. Everything that happens in here has something to do with it. So why were we brought here?
To play the nonary game.
And why were we supposed to play it?
That was part of the project.
Why did Alice kill herself?
Because she was infected with Radical 6.
How did she get infected?
Zero Senior and the old woman did that.
Why?
It was a necessary evil. It had to happen for the project to succeed.
What would have happened if Alice had committed suicide?
Clover wouldn't have suspected me, and she wouldn't have accidentally killed me.
Then what?
I wouldn't have collapsed, and Dio wouldn't have found my body. That would have meant the confrontation in the infirmary never took place.
In other words, you're saying Clover and Tenryuji died for this project?
Yes.
Well, actually, it was the tuber curine that killed them. But they were only injected with it because of the bracelets, which they were only wearing because those bracelets... because of the nonary game. If the nonary game was part of the project, then that's one more way it killed them.
I guess, if you want to look at it that way.
Now what about Kay and Dio? Why would they kill each other?
Because Dio killed the old woman. He was worried about getting caught, so he tried to kill Kay before he could find out the truth.
Then if Dio hadn't killed the old lady... Hi, Cory! Thank you for the raid! Double shout out. Lovely. What were you playing?
Yes.
So let me ask you this. Why did Dio kill her?
So that he could pose as one of the participants.
Hello. Yes, excellent moment.
To disrupt the project.
We've been in this scene for half an hour.
The same reason they did all of this.
Oh, FF Tactics, nice.
It was a necessary evil. The project couldn't be allowed to fail.
Six people died here. 4 of them were murdered, one way or another, by Dio. At first that makes it look like Dio's the reason they all died, but that's not true, is it? All of them, all 6 of them, they all died for this project. That means that the murderer, or I guess I should say the murderers, were the old lady and Zero Senior, right? Please, Duna, tell me. What is this project about? Who is the old woman? Who is Zero?
Sigma. Would you hug me?
What? Instead of answering, Luna wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest. My own arms hovered in the air, confused about where they should go. I swallowed hard and tried to rein in my heartbeat, which had suddenly doubled. Smash his hug button. I was about to speak when I felt something warm in my chest. Was Luna crying?
This feels nice.
Her voice shook as she spoke. I lowered one hand to her head and began to gently stroke her hair. Hey, Luna. What the hell's going on?
I'm sorry. My ABT is usually held in place by muscle fiber, but after Clover gave me the tubocurarine...
Okay. I get it.
Does it scare you? This is what I really look like. I'm a golem. Just a machine. A jumble of metal and plastic that pretends to be real.
I wrapped my arms around Luna and hugged her as tight as I could.
You believed in me this whole time? Even though I look like this?
Of course. I trust you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish I could stay here forever. You feel so nice. But I think my time is up.
What?
I've done things I really shouldn't have. Do you remember what you asked me earlier? About if Zero Jr. had reactivated my body? Remember? The truth is, he didn't. I did. I went to the part of the core that controls Zero Jr. and I hacked it.
What?
Yes, that was the first thing. The second. Do you know what the second one was? If I had really wanted to, I could have saved Clover and Tenmyoji. Then Kay and Dio probably wouldn't have killed each other. That's not all. I could have stopped Alice from killing herself. And I could have even saved the old woman at the very beginning. In other words, I had the ability to disobey my orders. But I didn't. That's the second thing. I broke the first law. I was scared. I was afraid to die. Obviously, hacking the core and taking control of Zero Jr.'s systems is very, very bad. Golems who don't follow orders can become dangerous, so we're terminated if we disobey. You lose access to your body, of course, but everything that's stored in the core, your memories, your consciousness, is deleted.
What? Wait, are you saying?
Yes, very soon now I'll be gone. Zero Jr. is probably recovering himself right now. Once he's done, I doubt I'll be around much longer.
What? Why?
I watched 6 people die and did nothing. I deserve this.
No. No, you don't. If you had done something, you would have killed anyway. You would have been killed anyway. You can't blame yourself. You did what you could. You're not wrong. This game is what's wrong. Forcing you to watch your friends die is what's wrong.
Oh, Sigma, thank you. I'm really glad I met you.
Luna! It's going to be okay. I'm not gonna let them do this. You're gonna be fine, I promise. Just please don't.
Sorry. My time's up. At least I get to die in your arms.
Yeesh!
Thank you, Sigma, and goodbye, Doctor.
Doctor. But she couldn't answer. I squeezed my eyes shut and held her, unable to bear the thought of letting any more of her slip away. With one last quiet chime, the music box wound down. I was left with nothing but silence and the cold pool of tears over my heart. Yes, amazing timing. Impeccable timing. Well, there's one ending left. And I mean that quite literally, but I'm all out of time for today. Which makes your raid timing even better. Because I'm shutting down now. Well. Yes. I wanted to go offline 37 minutes ago. But the game had other plans. No, not this time. Anyway. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for raiding, even if it was only for 7 minutes. But I really need to get it on and do other things right now. I will finish this game on Saturday, and I'll be playing my Final Fantasy character on Friday. In any case, thank you for passing by. I hope you had a good time. And good night. That is true. You did raid me right when I was ending stream. Bye-bye.